And we are back at it again here for another tournament for PMCL PUBG Mobile Challengers League. We are now in fall season this year in 2024. Your casters are here. My name is Kuku TV, and I'm now joined by a caster who actually didn't cast last season. Welcome back, Contra.
Well, I've been away for only one season. It seems like a whole lot has happened, but it just feels like it was just yesterday where we saw a whole lot of all these epic moments made from all these titans of the PMCL. But I'm glad to be back, and of course, this being our first union between you and I, so
Yes.
I'm absolutely excited to actually cast some of the matches we do have for today. But of course, speaking of a new season, we got a whole lot of stuff to offer for all of you guys that are on board. And if you are just joining us for the very first time, make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe, as we'll bring you all of these great, exciting moments, as well as keep you updated on what happens in the PUBG Mobile world. So with that, we'll of course introduce to you guys how the format runs if you guys are here for the first time. If you guys are pretty much veterans or seasoned players who have been spectating all of these games, don't worry, we'll get you guys sorted as well to give you all the changes, all the lowdown, and of course all the pretty standard stuff that we do have here in the PMCL. But we got a whole lot to talk about, Cuckoo, because heading into this season, we see a lot of roster shifts coming into plenty of the teams that are now divided into 5 groups. So I can't wait to, of course, slowly unfold to all of our audience today.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to show you that Contra later on with which groups we'll be playing for tonight and for today. But for the meantime, let's talk about the maps and point system. As we talked about, it's going to be the same thing, PMCL Summer going into PMCL Fall. Match number 1 will be in Sanhok, and then we're going to have 2 Erangel maps in Match 2 and Match 3. And then, or actually 3 Erangels rather, Match 4. And then 2 Miramar maps in Match 5 and Match 6. And still the same point system. It's going to be 1 point per elimination, and then you get the gist of it. Winner chicken dinner will get 10 points, and it goes down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then 0 if you actually ended up at 9th to 16th place. So getting that winner chicken dinner will be actually very important here for every single team that is joining in this season. And then the scoring system, let's just explain this a little bit to the viewers. We do have the weekly points, so we're going to have 3 weeks of PMCL Fall. It's going to be the first week for this week, and every week there's going to be a ranking, and we're going to be basing it off from the league points, as you see on the right-hand side. So it starts with 20 points and goes down to the 20th spot with only 1 point. And for every league points that they get for every week, they're going to go ahead and combine all of those points and have it as their head start points coming in the grand finals or the 3-day grand finals, which can be very beneficial for them, Contra.
Absolutely, as this format has been ran throughout plenty of different regions as well. And this was introduced about 2 seasons back, but with all these players that have been pretty much familiarized throughout the course of these 2 seasons, they are absolutely looking to finish on that first spot where you basically guarantee not only your chance in the finals if you complete 2 weeks being within the top 3 ratio, but to also get a huge hit start point in the finals. That's a major advantage. But of course, we start off the day here with 4 out of 5 groups, which will be Group A, B, C, as well as D, as they are on your screen. We have plenty of familiar faces, as well as a couple of new faces out there, or even say names, but I'm pretty sure that for season spectators, they will expect to see some of the hot favorites like Yangon Galacticos, KE, Playbook Esports, Harame Bros, as well as Asia Esports.
Yes, you are right with that. New faces, new teams, team names to be more specific. You can see there Good Game Esports, Elevate Esports, another brand new name. You could also see there Kill Enemy, who is not with See You Soon anymore. Strangers Esports now just holding their own banner, not with Tribe Aromacy. So there's going to be brand new stuff that you're going to be seeing. We're going to talk about that in just a few with the players as well. But for the meantime, let's talk about the league prize pool. And you can see that the first place will get 4,500 USD. and it goes down. Second placer will only get 2,400 USD. Third placer will get 1,815 USD for the fourth place, and it goes down to 900 USD for a fifth to seventh place until to the eighth place, and then 600 USD from 9th to 12th place, 300 USD from 13th down until the 16th, and then 150 USD from 17th down to 20th. And then there's going to be the weekly awards, which we saw from last season. Best performance team will get 150 USD, and then Terminator Weekly will get 150 USD. So a total of 18,000 US dollars. And going back to the Terminator, the reigning defending Terminator or MVP is Federalis right now, and that's going to be a big question here, Contra, because with the change of the lineup of Harame Bro, adding Rig onto the lineup, which is, if you don't know Rig is actually a player from Train to Kill, from the previous team in South Asia who played at the PMGC before, and he's actually one of those best players out there in the South Asia region who actually provides more firepower to Harame Bro.
Yeah, and of course, with the addition of Rig, it will definitely see a little bit of shift into the dynamics of how Harame Bros will work out, because now, of course, when it comes down to chemistry as well as communication, what will be the middle ground with a player coming in from the PAL to join right in? Perhaps it's to either supplement Federalis on his firepower, or maybe add more firepower onto Harame Bros. Speaking of, all these changes, there's also many of all these other players imported from even regions like Thailand, from Malaysia, as well as many other places as well. But we'll definitely get into the nitty-gritty in a little bit more, because there's just plenty to talk about here on our very first day. Don't want to really overwhelm the audience just yet, but starting things off, at least it's going to be a very familiar map format where we always kick things off in Sanhok, and then we have back-to-back rounds of Erangel. So I believe that heading into our very first day, it's going to be time for not only us to get to know each other a little bit more on the cast's desk, but for the players to also familiarize on the play style of each and every team into this ABCD matchup. But of course, before we kickstart all of the action, once again, we do have a whole lot going on inside of PUBG Mobile, where you can check out the Galadria X suit with exclusive lobby posts that's available from now till the 30th of September. You can wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. If you guys are fans of the weapon, you should pick it all up. So every day it's available for 10 UC for your first draw. So good luck and have a whole lot of fun. And I hope that you guys will secure this while it is available till the end of September.
Yeah, and we hope to see one player who actually does own this Sky Huntress MG3, because MG3s are very important as well, especially in tournament gameplay. Whenever they get into the care package or to the airdrop, sometimes they get these airdrop weapons like the MG3, and MG3 is really, really lethal up close and personal. And that can be one of the weapons that can be used against a player who has a DPS as well. So let's see later on what's going to happen, especially now we're going to be moving into Sanhok. There's going to be a lot of gunfights in the early stages of this game. I mean, yesterday we had like some practice games, Contra, and we've seen a lot of gunfire or gun fights happening in boot camp. But the question is, who's going to actually go to boot camp? Now knowing that Enigma MSI is not here anymore.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the big question when we move right into that. But of course, before we move into the matchup, I want to, of course, hear your thoughts, as we also do have all the other talents coming in with a vote of their own. Plenty of votes for the side of Genesis Esports as the kings of PMCL for so many seasons. But I'm also looking at Asia Esports that have been pretty dominant in this specific map throughout, the past season. I'm not too sure of how things have went throughout the last one, but I do have my hopes pretty high, because Asia Esports are looking rather solid heading into this matchup, adding Martin from PMCL Thailand. PMPL, excuse me.
Some people actually call this PMCL now PMCL Thailand, and that's because of some teams are adding Thai players from the PMPL or the PMSL region. which later on we're gonna actually see them fight with Ostia, and we also do have like Strangers Esports. But anyways, my pick of Genesis Esports just basically came from the last season's performance of Genesis Esports in Sanhok. Most of the Myanmar squads are really good in this map of Sanhok, and let's see if Genesis Esports will have that type of momentum we're in. They're really good in Sanhok. They will play very good with this one, and I hope that my prediction would come through. Vince G also actually picks that as well. But I place starting off the bat here, Harame Bro, which is the defending champions of this region.
Yeah, and you know, like when we usually start off the day, we just basically list down 6 different predictions. Just to be fair, like we don't go ahead and like look at the results first, and then we change our votes. So you know, when I saw you were going for GE, I was thinking about GE as well on my first guess, but like you know, I want to keep things interesting. GE is pretty much somewhere through my own list of selection as well. But you guys could also take part in this really fun prediction as well. Whenever you see that QR on your screen, go ahead and scan that QR code. Not only will you get to predict who are the winners for each specific match, there's also a column where you can also select who will be the rising star of the season. Well, you know, the usual guesses would be Federales coming from Harame Bros, but now that you mentioned there's so many new names coming in from Thailand, like in Asia Esports, this is what I really want to highlight as well, as why I'm putting this prediction over onto Asia Esports, because they are adding a lot of familiar names. If you guys have seen, you know, the PMSL, some of these big names like Martin, Red Bull, as well as Gui are now on the block, which makes this a very scary team. And on top of that, you add on top of what they've already had in the form of firepower, where you have Skynin to be the staple, who's still around alongside with Nang X. So I believe that there's still going to be a lot, pretty much good composure on how this team actually functions as a whole. But back to the question again, you know, like, is there going to be that language barrier? Because I know that from Cambodia, you know, they speak Khmer, and probably some of them do speak Thai as well. I'm not too sure how this one will work, or will they just standardize everything and perhaps use English? I think like that's probably the usual way to go. So this season, absolutely crazy, where I want to see how all these teams function in general in the very first week.
Yeah, definitely. It's really going to be interesting for Austria Esports, especially with the combination of the Cambodian players and the Thai players. You can also add Mad Toy. Mad Toy is the coach of Austria Esports, another player from Thailand who actually played for Team Secret for the PMPL MYSG before. So
now that explains.
So definitely, it would be English. Most likely would be their communication. And then you can also add the top, which is another acquisition that they got. The top was a player from the quarter, but there we go. You can vote now for your favorite teams. You can scan the QR code just right below Contra, and you can just pick and choose whichever team you want for this time around. Because I mean, it might not be Harame Bro, but again, my prediction, if you saw the post from PUBG Mobile Philippines Esports, I actually picked Harame Bro to be the top contender for this week number 1.
Yeah, and usually I won't get it right on my first week. Like I would dare say throughout the course of the entire week as well. Like maybe it's the order of my selection, or it may be not even close to any of my pickings at all. But you guys might have better luck than some of the casters here. So who knows? Of course, vote for your favorite team and perhaps cheer on your fellow countrymen if you guys are from around the PMCL region. And on top of that, of course, we also do love to get to know you better. Go ahead, keep the chat friendly as we are getting ourselves ready for our very first match. We touch on a lot about these two teams, Harame Bros being, the hard hitters throughout all the seasons of PMCL, having Federales being the superstar. I'm also looking at all the other teams that may have actually kept their rosters in pretty much a very stable note. Like, of course, when we go into some of all these familiar names like Genesis Esports, it didn't seem like too much have actually changed other than bringing Flash, who comes in from Hill Esports.
Right.
From what it seems to be, that they're going to be pretty solid still, with familiar names like Marnet, Master Smile, as well as West Carry on board.
Yeah, we might see the original lineup still without Flash. I mean, Flash came from Hale Esports, and then there was another change that they did during the off season, wherein they had Itchy retire from tournament
Oh.
gameplay. So that's one of the big things that Genesis Esports did. But when you talk about chemistry is still there for Genesis Esports. They just need to add that additional firepower, and that's probably why they brought in Flash from Hale Esports. And when you talk about these Thai players, firepower is their top skill, and you would see that more in Strangers Esports, because Strangers Esports lineup is totally different now compared to last season. Last season they have Miner, they have No Fear. Now this season they added two players from Hale Esports as well. So they added NC2, and then they
Mhm.
added Get Slow, both from Hale Esports. So Hale Esports players are coming in to PMCL to help out the scene, and then you add up these fairly new players. We have actually a rookie player right now from the Philippines called Lucy, and then
Lucy.
762 was a player from last season, and then Evil actually got to play with, if I'm not mistaken, with Emmas in the
Mhm.
previous PMNC. So I think this kid has a lot of potential for Strangers Esports.
That's right, and of course, we also do welcome, even new organizations on board, where we do have, some of all these familiar names in the form of RTC Esports, especially having Labukun as well as Maltese, that was formerly coming from Mountain. But of course, the Singaporean side have a whole lot to prove, but they are looking to amp up their firepower by including some of the players coming in from Malaysia, such as Corey, Dambot, as well as Kami. So I think it's about time that they try to prove themselves to be title contenders out there, because almost every other season they seem to have a struggle of their own. But of course, we do understand, the climate coming in from Singapore, where not everybody gets to play full time. So
Oh yeah.
same could be said about half of the teams on the block, where some of them actually have school or so, but of course they have made great priority in order to make their esports dream pretty much work out. And of course, let's see how far they will go throughout this course of the season. I understand you guys are waiting for the very first match, and we are also anticipating all these good action coming in to play in moments time. But of course, rest assured, good things will come with a little bit of wait, so don't worry too much, as we'll still get it underway. Meanwhile, of course, when we take a look at big names coming from Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos, there's not too much that have actually changed heading into their roster as well. The staple names like Q, Loki, Romeo Boy, Say Cloud, as well as TZ has always been around. But now with a player coming in from RSG being the fragger, Naughty Boy, I'm not too sure if we'll see any form of gameplay coming from him because of the latest addition. So we'll definitely have to take a look on how this is going to go coming in for the side of Yangon Galacticos, because throughout this course of a grueling 3-4 weeks of battle, we'll probably see some changes somewhere in the middle of the season. So I think, for most teams, they want to start off with what they deem to be their strongest roster moving into the first week, for them to get those massive amount of points early.
All right. And talking about Sanhok, if you go back from the Summer League, like I said earlier, that Myanmar teams are always winning these Sanhok games. And I look back, where is MFG Esports? MFG Esports is now called GOAT Esports. And MFG Esports is one of those teams that can dominate not only in Sanhok, but also in the bigger maps, which is Erangel and Miramar. So GOAT Esports is one of the teams that we need to look out for. I mean, yesterday, if you remember, we had those practice games. GOAT Esports gets a lot of those eliminations. But again, before we even proceed with anything that we're talking about right now, again, please, guys, down below is the QR code where you can vote for your favorite team. You can scan it right now with your devices, and you can just pick and choose. I mean, we've mentioned some teams already, but if we haven't mentioned your team, you can actually vote them right now. And going back to the conversation here, for the Cambodian squads, I mean, we talked about Austria Esports. Not only them, that have changed their lineup or even their team name. Kill Enemy now, just their own club, not with See You Soon anymore. Now replaced Myth Clan, and later on we might see them play in Miramar. And this team, Kill Enemy, is one of those teams who are actually very lethal in that map. And then you can also add up Team Max X Victoria 9, which replaced the See You Soon Tiger Kill Enemy team. And let's see if they can actually also hold on to their positions here in PMCL to be one of the strongest teams in Cambodia. Other than that, there's another team which is Good Game Esports, who actually did replaced the Quarter. And I mentioned the Quarter Naughty Boy, who already switched teams onto another squad. So let's see if this brand new team, which is Good Game Esports, can also do well in the PMCL region.
Yeah, and since you've mentioned about all these form of changes coming in, of course, all the viewers definitely will need to get familiarized with some of these names out there. But of course, to help them out a little bit better, now KE does feel some really veterans heading into the scene of PMCL. Names such as Zero X that used to play in the Quarter, which will be the IGL of the squad, and then you have Kaya has been the staple rusher as well. So I still think that this is a very interesting dynamic, especially with Carillo now in the scene. Yeah. That was, of course, used to be known as Davan. We still know him very well as Davan, but of course, he's now known with Carillo. So don't get too confused when we do mention his name. And on top of that, like when we take a look at, the Team Max Victoria 9 roster, we still have players like Joseph as well as Didi, who used to play in Myth Clan. And to add on top of what they do have, I think Boy Sean has been around for a couple of seasons already. So, of course, he's working very well in tandem with the John. So it really feels like, when it comes down to roster shifts, you always want to keep at least a duo intact. So I think, like, overall, it's definitely going to be looking to be pretty interesting, especially now. We talked about a little bit on how some players coming from Thailand will be joining the scene to try to make this their new home. How quickly can they adapt, or will they bring that Thai flag on board? And we'll see whether or not will it be too overwhelming for them to kickstart off on how things are run here in the PMCL. But I'm pretty stoked, and I can't wait to actually get in the game. I know you guys are also waiting for it, so don't worry. I guess we'll get the lobby sorted out in a little bit. But of course, this definitely being our very first time, Cuckoo, and what sort of expectation do you have heading into the season? Because there's just so many things going on. Some may even call it silly season because there's so many changes throughout almost half of the teams on the block. So what do you think that it's going to be pretty similar in the form of results as compared to the past season?
It's going to be totally different here, Contra. And by the way, shoutouts to Be Crazy, one of the shoutcasters in the Thailand region. If you know Be Crazy, who's in the comments section right now. Yeah, definitely it will be different. My expectation right now is for Strangers Esports to surprise us because of the additions of the players coming from Hail Esports. NC2 and Get Slow. If you remember Get Slow from PMSL, or even in the previous PMPL region, he's really, really one of those players that can provide a lot of firepower to the squad. And I know that communication will be really challenging for Strangers Esports because, we know Thai players, and then if you combine it with the Filipino players, most likely their communication will be English. So there will be some challenges in that part, but when they get used to it all throughout the 3 weeks of the league that we're going to be having, most definitely Strangers Esports will surprise us. Another squad that has been added to the PMCL region is Elevate Esports. They actually bought the slot of Enigma MSI. And this team is totally different. The only one that they retained from Enigma MSI is FV. And you're going to see him as Coca-Cola in the IGN in-game. So this is going to be a brand new team who will be playing for later on. But before we even continue with the conversation, again, guys, please get now the Galadria X-Suit with an exclusive lobby post. It is available now until September 30th. Wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress and the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. First draw of the day at 10 UC. And if PUBG Mobile can give us at least a trial, maybe I can use that to far away in game. And going back to the conversation, Elevate Esports. This is a team that is totally different. Quintoyo actually is from Elevate Esports, one of the casters of the PH broadcast. She said that this team doesn't have really good chemistry as of right now. So we're gonna see them work their chemistry all throughout PMCL.
Well, of course, there's plenty of time for them to eventually gel everything all together, which is why, we go back into the drawing board as well as predictions. Remember, guys, there's going to be a QR code that will pop up later on, which you guys can also contribute. But, these are the names that have been known and loved throughout all these past seasons. I do also see that Sammy as well as Krim are putting their votes onto, this revamped roster of Strangers Esports, which you have mentioned gets low as well as NC2.
Fearless, right?
Oh, yeah, actually, Fearless. My bad. Okay, Fearless Esports, of course, are the hopefuls to be pulling a lot of strings because they also do have all the familiar faces coming in from Cambodia, like Astrowax, Puff, that has played back in Orange Esports.
Yeah.
That's a huge throwback if you guys are starting off from those early seasons. But even so, they have been, the bread and butter of Austria Esports throughout so many seasons of the PMCL. Now that, of course, them being in Fearless, they would still be able to provide that form of firepower that they have. And it actually looks pretty scary as well, They have Ramser as well as 1sec on board. So I wonder how this is going to go for the side of the Khmer team on top. So, of course, looking into the situation here, I think, it's very safe to say that Genesis Esports still remain to be the top dog until, of course, we were all proven wrong that, this season might be way too hot for them to handle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's hard for you to maintain being that champion. I mean, they've been champions for 3 consecutive seasons. And the only season that they weren't champion was last season, which is in summer. And Arami Bro got that chance to show their skills in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And they were able to actually do so. They got the World Cup experience. Now, the question is, they didn't had Rig in the lineup during the PMWC. Now that they have Rig in the lineup, the chemistry might change. And just to let you know, I mean, there are viewers right now asking who's going to replace Rig. I would say Emas would be the one to be replaced and not Jappy. Jappy has, in my opinion, has more firepower compared to Emas. And then if you combine all those firepowers, Federalis, Jappy, and Rig, and then you add the IGL, which is range, then Harami Bro might be an unstoppable force for this season. But again, guys, we're talking about way too many teams. Vote for your own favorite team. I know you have your own favorite team. Scan those scan that QR code right now, right below Contra, and just have to pick and choose whichever team you want to win. If you love a team that we haven't really discussed yet, like Exquisite Esports, like Sin Esports, you can tap on your devices right now to pick them as your favorite team.
That's right. You brought up a really good point, which I also want to touch on a little bit because back towards Rigs that was added coming in from renowned squad like T2K of South Asia, right? Now, of course, there's a lot of things that he has to adapt to, but is he actually playing from Nepal or is he actually moving into the Philippines to play alongside the squad? Because this is going to be pretty huge of a ping difference, or should I say it will still be stable, but maybe he will have to adjust a little bit with maybe the ping being slightly higher in that sense. But then again, we still have players from across the region of Southeast Asia who's still trying to get adjusted into this whole format as well as all the teams on board. So I think this is going to be maybe a slight factor into how it could also affect performances, but I think for most cases, the server usually is stable enough for them to actually play out.
Well, we might see them play around like 100 ms or maybe over that, or might be less than 10 than 100, so just around 90 ms. It's still playable in my opinion because I did try playing in a different server before. I was right around 150 ms, so still playable. But again, if you're gonna be playing with other regions who has like 30 ms or something like that, then that's a big advantage compared to the ones that they will have, like whatever rig will have if he plays in Nepal. But anyways, we're now about to start, guys. Again, you are waiting for this, and we're gonna be starting off with our very first match here with PMCL Fall of 2024. I'm so excited of what's gonna happen here. I am expecting now that, especially that Harami Bro is not in the world stage, they will go back to their usual dropping point, which is in Painan. Because before, if you watch back in PMWC, they dropped at around cave area, so they will go back to their usual. They will be at their comfortable stage, and we might see them play well now, especially that they have Rig in the lineup.
That's right. With less than 20 seconds to go, we are getting ourselves ready for the first match of the PMCL, as this brand new season will be pretty much spicy and a whole lot of action-packed goodness awaits all of you guys. So let's take a look into our first matchup in Sanhok on what are the changes being made from all these squads on board this group A, B, C, as well as D to be taking part on our first bout. As we can already see, GG has already made their way off of the plane relatively early to head towards areas like Sabi or even perhaps Am Charlie, but we will expect pretty much certain teams like Harame Bros to still take areas like Painan, like you said, but into Bootcamp though, who exactly will be actually taking this spot, which, you know, allows you access throughout the course of the day island wherever you are with the first phase. So we shall wait and see. Perhaps we even get a little bit of contest on these regions such as Paradise Resort. So in moments time, only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Now you can see, ooh, look at this. An early hot drop. This is Strangers Esports, and I believe this is Kill Enemy now at boot camp. So who will take this big of a compound here? Ooh, as on the kill feed, we have Elevate Nathan, who already goes down and got killed by Edward QT right around Camp Alpha. But Master D2K now all up against two players of Strangers Esports, and Strangers Esports gets him down. And that's going to be 762 Kai from Strangers. And now Lucy needs to heal up. NC2 and Gets Low now comes closer. KE Kill Enemy is on the verge here of being eliminated as we see Lufa, who goes down on defeat.
Plenty of casualties in the early stages of the game. With battle up in the temple as well. There is GOT7 taking a fight up against some of the members of Elevate as they both lose one apiece. Two of them from each respective team being knocked down will be secured by Coca-Cola with that DPS. Very, very quickly, they are greeted with a lot of heavy lead being shot over the side. It's going to be Scotty, even with a QBU, secures the shot and will be able to go in for the revive. Elevate will dominate the Temple Hills.
Yeah, they will dominate the Temple Hills. And this is the big question that Queen Toya told me 2 days ago. Will the chemistry be together for Elevate Esports? And it looks like they are intact. Unfortunately, they lose Nathan in the process with God of Seven, or God 7 rather, able to, you know, eliminate him. But going back here to Bootcamp, you can see STE versus KE. They actually went away now at the middle building, so they went towards the warehouses and on the side of the Bootcamp area. And looks like STE will control the middle portion. The other players like Lucy and Get Slow will have to scout the area for now, or maybe loot until they're all full packed, and maybe they can go for the push towards Kill Enemy.
Yeah, STE is absolutely making a statement right now, controlling majority of the bootcamp, whereas it's also great for the side of KE, where they've been able to also disperse out of that sticky situation. But the problem for the side of KE is that by hanging out on the warehouse, they might be lacking in terms of some of all these loot that they could actually get, because they could not afford to simply rotate as compared to STE, who's got pretty much free reigns even on the outskirts as well. But Of course, they have to be very wary because even other squads will be eventually sniffing around the corners, such as Marnet right now already taking an elevated spot on top of the roofs to see if he can catch anything throughout the course of bootcamp. But he slides down. Gotta try again.
Yeah, he will definitely try again, or maybe just go together with his teammates. Again, you see a lot of these stuff, like going to elevated parts of the buildings or like the hillsides. Federalis did this a lot in the previous season. That's why he's the MVP. He knows a lot of information. But right now, Flash Vision Esports looks like they're getting aggressive. You can see them able, I think, to eliminate one already in the early stages, and you can see Master Rix already got that one. Oreki now clearing the area. Looks like there's one team just right beside them, but they need to be careful here. They don't need to be right out the open. This is Exquisite Esports is who's they're playing at together right now, and it was actually Lufa who died in the process earlier on, so it's only up to Koopa, MM, and UI to try to survive now for Exquisite Esports. They can use their positions right now. They're not yet detected, so they can put up a surprise attack here onto Flash Vision Esports so that they can get the win.
Yeah, a very sneaky angle coming in from the side of Koopa. Of course, you guys might be familiar with him, who used to play alongside with the members of Enigma. Now that Enigma is no more, Exquisite will have him to be finding a brand new home first. With them trying to actually leave the corner, it provides every opportunity for Exquisite to strike. And then with a beautiful spray, we'll be able to find some members of FV. Now it's going to be a high pressure situation with those grenades being lobbed right in. Two members being knocked from the side of FV, and the going gets even worse for the Singaporean team as FV. They got to find ways to recover from this, but there's not a single opportunity for them to do so.
And this is the mistake that they did here. They went all together in one vehicle, and now Master Toki burns alive there with the molly coming from Exquisite. UI now takes out Toki, and it's only going to be Master Rix, who doesn't have any heals anymore, and he doesn't have any helmet as well. So how will he survive this? And now Koopa will be spotted. He will get the kill, though, and now he will try to escape. But then again, SQS is now going to go for the chase. UI will try to loot for now. But again, this might be the end for Master Rix as the blue zone also comes into effect. The DBS also will go in, and that's UI, who eliminates Flash Vision Esports, will be the first team to be eliminated in the first game.
Wow, what a costly battle that was, not only for the side of FV, but also for Exquisite, where they even lost two members of their own. But at the very least, Exquisite came up pretty huge with those 4 pointers being backed throughout the course of the run, now having currently the most points in the form of elimination. But I'm not too sure how long will they be able to survive, because they are by the edges, and it didn't really seem like there is even much of these resources in the baggages of what FV has to offer. But we go back into the boot camp where the battle is still taking place. The Vaughn, now known as Carrillo, lobs that grenade, does actually take down 50% of health coming in from the member of STE, NC2, who's played in the PMSL and also in the PMGC. Will have to prove himself, but it's going to be Lucy right here, the Prodigy, coming in for STE, trying to go on a 1v1 battle. It seems like the members of the side of KE is pretty segregated, and that's where Get Slow goes in, detonates the vehicle, finds one, and it's going to be traded back as well. Get Slow will be able to knock them all down completely. Now it's only down to a member left, KE. They better hightail out of the situation, because I don't see a chance for Zero to be hanging around here for too long.
And he got spotted already. Ooh, able to get the kill there. Get Slow. Now with 3 eliminations in the bag, and this is what I'm talking about, Contra. The firepower of Get Slow is now showing just right off the bat here in game number 1.
It's crazy, right? You take a look at his reaction speed. He was the one getting shot first, but even with that small, tiny pixel of margin hitting into that window frame, it seemed like he immediately knows where the direction is coming from, and immediately trades right back. That was so clean coming from STE, as they are now the leader of the pack. And, you know, I'm surprised. Going up against KE, not even a single member were taken out from the side of STE. And now we got a bridge situation here. Dread Esports trying to hold out the rest of Elevate as they slowly get spotted out.
Oh, that was Claire, who got taken down. Now Dread Esports, a brand new lineup as well. We haven't really talked about this team, but again, it's gonna be Damon now, or Jibna rather. Now going for the throw of that nade. Coca-Cola FV now goes for the nade as well. Scotty goes down, and only one player left for Elevate, and this is gonna be Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola gets
Wow.
Jibna down, and then the players of Dread Esports are far away from him, so they cannot just go for the finish. And I think Claire can actually be revived here. However, Scotty will get confirmed. Now Demios will go for the revive here for his teammate. Claire will get the revive now. It's going to be a 2v3 situation here for the side of Dread Esports. They need to be careful now for Elevate Esports because they're now down to only 2 players.
Yeah, both sides, they gotta at least guarantee their own safety. And, you know, Cuckoo, I absolutely miss all these insane action in the early game. I'm glad to be back here in the PMCL to witness this. And take a look at the circle. We are greeted with one of the most difficult ones, as it's still pretty much separated between the Alpha Islands as well as the islands in the south. Meanwhile, Dread Esports still commits into a close quarter combat, but it's gonna be Coca-Cola to shred out one member from the side of Elevate as they try to approach into the compounds instead. Not going to be a good chance for the side of Damon, but he is definitely looking to trade right back. Coming in with a grenade, it will deny the kill. So that's actually a smart play, I would say, because it didn't seem like, you know, it's easy for him to actually reach out to go in for a revive, but to deny the point at the very least is what he could do.
Yeah, I would say that was a smart strategy here, coming from Dread Esports, denying that kill. And here comes Federales, and this is what I'm talking about. Federales always loves going on top of rooftops, and now with Rig together with him, this is going to be really, really dangerous for the other squads. But on the flip side here, Lucy goes down, and Austria Esports, by the way, the results of the votes now came in. And look at where Rami Bro is in, just only 7% of the votes. Oh my goodness. Oh, there you go. That's it. Rig who actually pushes in, nowhere to go for UI, and that's it for Exquisite.
Yeah, perhaps some of the fans are still stuck in, you know, peak hours of Metro Manila traffic right now. But, you know, we'll give them some time before they join in for all the other games. But for now, Harami Bros, you know, they haven't really made too much of the advancement, but find themselves in the middle of the central circle. So this is going to be a great control area for them to play out the final few moments. But they have to deal with plenty of teams cutting around from all the way north, east, southwest, you name it. They're going to be surrounded, so they have to pick their battles. So I want to see how Harame Bros handle this pressure because they've had one member being knocked down. I believe the revives will go through nevertheless. But take a look at the north. You need Austria as well as ST to cut across the river, which won't be easy to do, especially with 2 of them colliding eventually. So we might actually get huge battles taking place in a short moment's notice. So with that being said, going into the scene where Red Bull spots out the rest of SCE, he's going to pull the trigger though, as he sees one right out in the open. He will see a good opportunity to spray right through, but whiffs a couple of these bullets and misses a glance of it. It could have been a big opening for the side of Austria.
Yeah, it could be. But unfortunately, the ridge that STE had, they were on their side, so definitely they will not take those bullets. And this is really smart for STE not going to the side where Austria is at right now, because they're going to get gate kept. And right now, Martin, the IGL of Austria, now comes closer into the edges of the circle up on north. But GE is actually going to be gatekeeping them, so they have to be careful. Now you can see Marnet goes for a spray, and Red Bull, who goes down now. But then again, there's going to be a push here coming from the 2 players of Austria. Kainin, the golden boy of Cambodia, comes in with a DBS, knocks 1 player down. That's Marnet who goes down. Flash goes down as well. And now X protecting his teammate. Unfortunately, he goes down, but Martin will be the only member remaining for Austria Esports. And he cannot really see Smile, who is going to be throwing some utilities over to where Austria is at. Martin will just have to go for the painkillers, try to boost himself up because the blue zone is coming. GE Contra will have the time to go for the reset.
Yeah, it's just heavy blows being taken on both corners. Now it's only down to Martin, especially with his location pretty much spotted out by the rest of GE. it's going to be pretty tough. I think that he will have to play it out alone, but the Blue Zone's already devouring his HP bars. It's still pretty much tankable on stage 3, but his HP will slowly melt down. The rest of GE, they can play this one slowly. They already are hugging by the edge of the zone as well, so it won't be too difficult for them to go in for that rotation. So they are looking to zone out. Even teams like STE, who's cutting around the corner, spots one, and West will be able to find one alongside with Marnet, and they will slowly peel back as both sides are currently struggling. Asha as well as Stranger Esports.
Yeah, the blue zone is not on the side of STE right now. Get Slow and NC2, the two players from Hale Esports before, will die in the blue zone. It's only going to be 762, who is right at the bridge area. Unfortunately, he will meet with Yangon Galacticos, who is actually waiting for him to cross over. So he scouts the area, and again, a smart play again for Strangers Esports here for 762. Do not go cross that bridge. Just go swim towards the other side instead, and you will have more, cover to be on a defense. But then again, the circle is still with Harame Bro. Harame Bro, not really going for the engagement in the early stages. They're just focusing on objectives right now.
Yeah, I really do like this new play style coming in from the side of Harame Bros. Back in the days, they used to sweep from the edges and just get as many elimination points as possible. It really seems like they are a lot more calm, composed, and collected to actually play for the end game instead, especially now with them being in the prime area of play. Those elimination points will come later on, but for now, of course, they just have to really defend any form of room that they do have, whether they're playing through terrains or even in some of these compounds. Playbook Esports going to do exactly the same, now playing throughout the western corner of the map. So this is just going to be a lot of field of view for the side of Monboy to take over control. Meanwhile, for the rest of GE, not much has been seen, but they get spotted up by Monboy. Beautiful spray! And this is going to be pretty tough for anyone to revive that player of GG.
And during that, 762 got spotted as well. So SDE is now gone. They do have 4 eliminations, though, so they can get those additional points even though that they get eliminated early in this game. So we're now down to 11 teams remaining. This is a really slow Sanhok, in my opinion. I mean, we got that early, hot drop. But after that, it's been slow. I mean, usually you would see like 6 or maybe 7 teams remaining at the stage, but look at this, stage 4, 11 teams remaining, so still a lot of teams who's going to be jump-packed in that circle. Coca-Cola now throws in a nade, and they're just defending themselves now. They're not really focusing on getting inside the circle while GE is already inside the zone. West Carey now just tries to get closer to his teammates. Flash will be the ones who will be waiting for Claire and Coca-Cola to get out of this area.
Yeah, GE being the absolute sweeper keepers out there, just zoning off teams after teams, and now it's going to be Elevate that's receiving the short end of the stick, forced to rotate the long way route. And no matter where Elevate goes, there's bound to be teams around the corner. Now driving past the side of YG. Thankfully, they were in the midst of an ongoing attack coming from another squad. Now they will be able to just drive into the far eastern corner map from the west to the east. These guys are absolutely pulling it off, and now finds themselves a compound, but shots are also being fired onto their side as well. Oh boy, Kaler finally gets some room to breathe.
And you know this man. We call him Claire, not really Kaler.
Claire.
Yeah, it's Claire. I mean, he said it's like killer, but I mean to make it like friendly to the viewers, we call him Claire. But anyways, he played with Blacklist before, and then he played with the Harame Bros also. But then again now, that's got to be WTZ. Knocks down Master Smile. And Master Smile needs help, but most likely he will get killed. There we go. Then again, there's going to be a trade fire coming from Marnet, putting pressure into Yangon Galacticos. These two brothers from Myanmar fighting each other. There you go. That's the finish. Yangon Galacticos will be eliminated. And look at GE. They're moving into the circle, and at the same time, they're getting those elimination points.
Yeah, they're just being so efficient on all these takedown zoning teams, one after another. It's just getting themselves all these upper hands as they take those high ground terrain. Meanwhile, beautiful spray coming from the side of Coca-Cola to find one. Flash now in a little bit of a pickle. needing to hug by the corner tree just to keep himself afloat. Meanwhile, Goat also having a little bit of situation here with a 1 versus 2. Liliaka tries to pull something off, only relying on those smokes. He's got a couple more frag grenades, but Killer, or should I say Claire, I gotta get used to it because I was so used to Kaylor for I don't know how many seasons already, but that was beautiful! Coca-Cola finds a double with that toss. Wow, look at that. 9 points in for Elevate Esports.
And they're just proving Queen Toyo wrong here. I mean, Queen Toyo, we did like a tier list ranking. We ranked Elevate at D. So that's how motivated right now Elevate Esports is. Now with only 2 players left remaining for them. PBE now, look at them. They're going to have to get Jarrell revived, but he's too far away from them. I mean, Damon is not really going for the aggressiveness right now, so he's just trying to throw off some nades over to where Jarrell is currently at, and he doesn't have any place to go as well, so if he tries to get out of this rock, he'll be out in the open, and Arami Bros can just easily take him down, so Damon will just have to buy some time here with just 6 more seconds left before the blue zone would close in. I don't know where Damon can go now.
Yeah, he's pretty much stuck in this corner here, and when he descends out that hill, he'll be easily spotted out by the rest of Harami Bros. So they need to buy a little bit more time, perhaps look for some of all these targets running across the field to find a little bit more of that pick-off advantage. But for now, even for the side of FRL, we have Ranzer here basically pulling it slowly as they are controlling the south side of the hills. And Claire now getting picked up by Ranzer. Beautiful angles for him to work with. But meanwhile, it's Jisoo there that also gets to spot some of the members of PBE. Adding a little bit of smoke being tossed towards the door will deny a little bit of that vision. But it does not really provide too much of a cover for themselves as well. Right now, gets into the thick of things. Spotting out Damon, so that will be a clean elimination. Now there's only 4 more teams kicking in this matchup, but PBE, they got a whole lot to do, trying to stay afloat here, and nades are flying through. Monboy needs to survive, and another shot comes right through, or should I say the grenade did chip the kit once more, and this is another big bang flowing in the way, but thankfully, Monboy stays intact.
Yeah, Monboy stays intact. Dale will be getting that revive. Michi will most likely get the revive as well. They're outside the zone, though, as the circle has shifted. They do have, like, 34 seconds left to plan out some things here. Maybe they have to pop up some smokes or maybe use their vehicles if they have vehicles left. But most likely they will have to just use their gunfire power and their skills in order for them to be able to get in. But there we go. They actually finished it already. That's going to be GG. Good game for PBE. Now we're down to only 3. Harame Bro, good game, and Fearless, who will actually take the first winner chicken dinner. We know from the practice game who actually got the chicken dinner in Sanhok, but will they get that one more time here?
We'll have to wait and see. Harame Bros, they're finally on the pursuit, pushing up the hill against the rest of Fearless Esports, and it's going to be a 2-2 section that they're taking here. Also careful on that approach. Ranzer slowly being chunked there by the zone as he does fire a couple of shots over a member of Harame Bros. And it's going to be a buggy that runs him right through. He didn't see that one coming, but there is the Pop trying to trade right back. Now it's between him as well as Rig. Rig finds it, and he's going to go for even more right now. And Astro, with only a slither of health, eliminates the rest of Harame Bros in the very final hour. And this is where the rest of GG, they have 4 members advantage to push right through. With only one surviving, Astro has got to play to the very final moment, but he will deny the point, going off in blue to deliver the first chicken dinner for Good Game Esports.
Good game indeed for Good Game Esports, getting the first chicken dinner of PMCL Fall. And wow, we didn't really expected them to get that win, and it's all about that circle gameplay wherein they didn't really went ahead with these teams in the early stages, and then they just waited for all of these other squads to just come in, like PBE, like Harame Bros, and at the same time Fearless Esports. So what a game there for match number 1. Unfortunately for Rig, I thought Rig will have a clutch moment there with Fearless, but unfortunately, he was just very low on HP.
Yeah, and it was so difficult because he was basically playing through some open grounds of the hill as well, where it's pretty much visible for even the side of GG to be able to spot some of all these movements. And, some of the teams that we do see heading into the very final battle were teams that were really playing for position from the get-go, where they've already got the zone control pretty much going for them. But, I've been also impressed by all these teams that were kicking things off with huge proactiveness, especially Elevate Esports. Of course, you mentioned about the podcast that you guys had, and, them absolutely proving everybody wrong that they are here to make a statement here in the very first game. So let's take a look at all the action that we do have in the first match.
Yeah, definitely. You can see here in the early stages of the highlights, we're in Exquisite eliminates the first team to be eliminated, which is Flash Vision Esports. And then it was all about Elevate Esports, who survived, I think, like 3 squads in this game. They first survive against God7, and then they survive against Dread Esports, and then eventually they were able to get inside the circle, and then Coca-Cola's nades were the key for them to survive until the end. And this is the nade that we're talking about here, not only just from Coca-Cola, it's also from Claire. So it's a teamwork from the duo. And then Rig was just very low on HP, wasn't able to actually switch to the M4 right away. He got pushed onto his left side, but he is the MVP of this first match. Rig already providing that firepower that we're talking about. 4 eliminations for him, and it was for me, the kill of that game was Range using that buggy to ran over a player.
Yeah, that came absolutely out of nowhere, but this is definitely a great debut for the side of Rig that has been able to back those 4 eliminations and, of course, offering quite a substantial damage output throughout the course of the battle. So you can already see Harame Bros can absolutely rely on this veteran coming in from PMPL South Asia to really supplement the firepower that Federalis already has. So it's still a really good start for the side of Harame Bros, despite, we know them to usually get very high frags per round. It's really due to, the nature of that area of play where, half of it were pretty much open space throughout those corner of the field, so it wasn't all too easy for Harame Bros to play this one out. But GG Esports, they absolutely played this out perfectly, and that patience really delivered them that chicken dinner, despite only having 2 elimination points.
Yeah, definitely. So they went ahead and went with the objectives gameplay. They didn't really, fought with a lot of teams. They just focused on getting a compound. If you notice, they got a compound, a very big compound, in the latter stages of the game, and they were able to gatekeep Playbook Esports, or PBE, in that very last moment around stage number 7 or 8. And then eventually they just waited for Harame Bro and Fearless Esports to fight each other, and then went for the third party, only getting 2 eliminations in the process. So this is good for Good Game Esports. I mean, we are expecting more eliminations from them. But again, this is good because, for Sanhok, it's very hard for you to win in Sanhok, to be honest with you, Contra.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree where, this as an introduction match, it's still pretty much warm-ups for some of all these teams out there where, in the early stages, we saw so many big names actually got depleted because of that late rotation as well. So even some of these guys were also having points being denied, and also certain players falling outside of the play area. So we only get 52 eliminations throughout the process, but it's still a really decent number out there, although we kind of wish we see a lot more of those early bouts, so to speak, right? So perhaps Erangel is going to offer a huge number increase when it comes down to trollables being used, when it comes down to all of these extended battles as well, because of how fast-paced Sanhok was. These are some of the stats that we've managed to actually get, but 16 headshots, absolutely impressive in a short span of time.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's all about that early gameplay that we saw in boot camp. Strangers Esports together with Kill Enemy. We saw the firepower of just a sneak peek of that firepower coming from Get Slow. It's just that the circle is not within the reach. They were like always chasing that circle. That's why they only got 4 points in this game. And then you can see GG only got 12 points due to the fact that they only had 2 eliminations. And Harami Bro, together with Elevate, will be tying things up with 12 due to the additional elimination points that they got on top of the placement points. But again, this is, for me, not yet the final thing, because this is just the first match. We are expecting a lot, especially Austria. Look at Austria, only got 1 point in this game, so this is not the Austria that we know. Most likely they will bounce back in the bigger maps, especially in Erangel, now that we're going to be moving in to 3 Erangel maps, so expect Austria to bounce back from this game.
Yeah, but what a way to actually kick things off here. We have ourselves a 3-way battle for number 1, as they are currently tied with those 12 pointers out there. Even Elevate, which we managed to see, to get plenty of all these elimination points, they managed to also rake up 11 points. So they're absolutely keeping things very, very competitive. So that's actually a really good sign of how things are going to go for the upcoming matches, because it can only get better and better throughout the course of the evening. And of course, coming up next, we do have Erangel. So this is where I really want to see, you know, big tactics to be implemented throughout the course of the battle.
Yeah, definitely. Well, for the bigger maps, we're gonna see a lot more of rotations coming in for all these squads. We might not see them focusing much on the middle portion, but some of these teams might just hold on right at the one side of the circle, like maybe on the south, maybe on the northern side, or maybe east or west. Depends on how the circle will go. But again, for the other squads, like Elevate, like the new squads that we talked about earlier on, I'm not sure where they will be dropping off, because we know some of these teams already knows where to drop off in the beginning of these bigger maps. So there might be some adjustments. Especially like if we watch the previous match, we saw Strangers Esports and Kill Enemy fighting in boot camp. So expect that tomorrow that Kill Enemy might have to adjust so that they won't be killed in the early stages of the map.
Yeah, at the very same time, pretty much ego is at play as well. You probably don't want to give away that space so early throughout the course of week 1. Maybe somewhere in the middle of week 1 is where they make major adjustments, but I believe that their pride won't allow it to just, vacate an area unless, they really want to play a lot more safely as compared to what we have expected. So, with that being said, of course, we'll take a look at all the offerings that PUBG Mobile has at the moment. If you log in from today all the way till the end of September, you could get your hands on the Galadriel X-Suit. It also offers you a chance to get the first ever advanced upgradable MG3 that's currently available. So make sure you check it out as you can wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3 that I did mention. The first draw of the day is always going to be at 10 UC, so good luck with that, as you will be able to at least show off your swag into all these matches. And I also do believe that this set comes with a really beautiful helmet level tree as well that looks like it's from the Edo period or so. I mean, I'm not a Japanese historian to tell you which period it's from, but I assure you this whole set just looks fantastic.
Yeah, the X-Suit, I love it. Really, Japanese themed X-Suit. Compared to the previous X-Suit, it's not something like this, so it's kind of unique. So definitely buy it every single day. The first purchase would be at 10 UC, so that's a lot of discounts being provided by PUBG Mobile. But going back now to the match, we're going to be moving in to the bigger map, which is Erangel, the OG map, and we're going to be expecting a lot of adjustments coming from the other squads that didn't really play well, especially Austria Esports. But before we even talk about that, let's talk about our prediction for match number 2. Mine is Arame Bro. I picked them because usually they really do well with the first and second map. The second map will be their best performance, in my opinion, for the day, because they always do that. I'm just basing it off from their performance in the last season. I see you picking Genesis.
Yeah, and of course, I would love to explain why I wouldn't usually vote for Genesis Esports from the get-go. Usually they have this track record where they like to pick up the pace, get that tempo first, and then somewhere in the middle of the week is where they just rampage through with those flying start. But GE, they are very stable when it comes down to the map of Erangel. I would say especially the same for the side of Kurame Bros. So, of course, these picks are who we will expect to be able to pull off some amazing performances. And of course, we got a lot of interesting picks as well. Double votes for the side of Yangon Galacticos, and I think even seasons past, Yangon Galacticos have really shown that they are one of the top teams here in this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Yangon Galacticos earlier on in map number 1 is just that they weren't able to get into the circle because of Genesis Esports really very consistent on gatekeeping and at the same time getting into the circle. So I think Yangon Galacticos will have to bounce back here, knowing that they drop around Georgiapol area, and if the circle would go right around the Gatka area, so that's an easy rotation for the side of Yangon Galacticos. As for Aya Place, this is interesting. PBE. Their dropping point is around Stalberg and Kameshki. And most of the time, the circle is not there. So, kind of interesting on how PBE will have to rotate from that part of the map, maybe to the opposite side. And from the last season, the circle goes to Sosnovka military base like for, I think, 3 times in the whole season, in the 3 weeks of the whole season of summer. So I'm pretty sure that they already have like a plan if ever the circle would go to Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, it's going to be a really huge, a crazy round for all these teams to actually start things off in Sosnovka military base, if that's ever going to be the case. But of course, there's a lot of things that will be happening in these matches. So, of course, put in your opinions as well on who you think is going to get the next chicken dinner or all the chicken dinners of the entire evening. And you can also predict who will be the rising star of the PMCL summer split. Well, of course, back towards that conversation, right? Like, Playbook Esports, now that with them coming back into this season, I think that there's also really good chances if, let's say, the circle does actually push up towards the north, because Stalberg as well as Kameshki is usually uncontested. They could also vie to take up spaces that's going to be around Yasnaya shelter if it's somewhere maybe slightly right of center, or even up to north where they could just get that free passage very early. It is a very safe play, but more often than not, when it pushes into, like you said, Sosnovka military base or even Gatka, that's where it will be so much more difficult, where they will go in very blindly, not knowing where all these other teams are.
Yeah, you're right with that. Another thing that I actually remember from the update or the patch that we had recently is that they updated the area of Stalberg, so it's much more lootable. So if they're gonna be sticking with that, then definitely they will, be able to, loot a lot quicker compared to before. They don't really have to like go to the jungle areas like to do jungle loots in order for them to complete their items. So they will drop there together with Kameshki. They will just have to loot a little bit quicker and maybe have a much quicker rotation now, especially with the update that just recently happened. There was an update also, if I remember it correctly, to Milta. The Milta area has been also updated, so let's see if those updates will help out some of these teams who actually drops to those areas.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting time in the PUBG Mobile Esports realm, with so many of all these updates as well as changes into the mix, where, certain weapons that used to be prominent, such as the micro Uzi, have not really seen too much of the light of day for maybe the past couple of patches, but now seemingly there are players that are starting to pick it back up, alongside with things like the Vector as well, which definitely is pretty interesting when it comes down to, players who would opt for it SMG as compared to, the trusty DBS where you just go in for those one-shots despite how many nerfs that is being brought to play. And even some others are also switching things up. Instead of a DBS, whenever they see it S12K, they also do bring it forward, which is still very, very reliable. So it's more about the players' comfort on whichever they feel is best for them in every single situation. But for Erangel, I think we'll see a mixed bag of almost everything. And I think like even Sanhok was really interesting when we start things off. Remember back when Elevate was actually taking up that fight. We saw that QBU that actually
Oh
secured
yes.
those initial pickoffs, which was super impressive to me, considering that it was a challenge up in the Temple Hills.
Yeah, you're right with that. I mean, especially if you will be dropping off with another team, so you will have no choice but to use whichever weapon is available. So, I mean, you can use like pistols, you can use like the S1897 shotgun in order for you to win those engagement. And then you saw earlier a QBU used by, if I'm not mistaken, it was Coca-Cola who actually used that weapon in the early stages of Sanhok. But going back now to the other squads, I would like to just mention this. One of the players of the new player of Dread Esports, his name is Barney. He's actually a content creator in the PH scene. So we don't usually see content creators, play in tournament play. So I mean, we haven't seen him in Sanhok yet, but hopefully, we can see Barney play in Erangel.
He's definitely here to create even more highlight reels, not only for himself, but for the entirety of the squad. So, of course, good luck to him. And, of course, we do wish him all the very best going up against, these stacked squads of PMCL. Welcome on board. And you guys just join us through the peak hours of, whichever city that you guys are on. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. You might have actually missed game one. But here goes our next matchup as we move into Erangel, the classic match where everybody knows and love. And this is where, all of their tactics, their strategy, as well as their firepower will be in full effect. Back in game one, certain teams may not have been able to survive that early game onslaught, but this early game in Erangel will give them at least a little bit of breathing space, or shall I say, it really depends on the flight path on how it's being skewered. But if it's going to be spread pretty well and even throughout the map, most often than not, we might not see too many casualties unless if there's going to be a hot drop coming into play.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you might see teams will be fighting for vehicles now, especially that this flight path is coming in from the southern side of Milta Power. So we might see like Playbook Esports, especially because they drop at Stalber and Kameshki. We might see them going for the vehicles right around on top of Mansion area, or maybe just right on the bottom side of Yasnaya Polyana. So we might see them with Strangers Esports, who's going to be going to Yasnaya Polyana. Now, Harame Bro will go to their usual spot in Picado, and Ostja will go to their spot down below in Sosnovka Military Base. GE, this is kind of interesting because they usually drop in Rozok and in Novo, so they pick Novo, and look at what the circle is now. So if they pick Rozok, then they will be right at the middle of the circle. So looks like they picked the wrong dropping point this time around.
Yeah, Novo is usually the alternate spot where they would only operate when it's pretty much south side skewered, but we shall see whether they will be able to cut through safely, because by doing so, they might bump into Asia, who's also sharing the islands, or if they cut towards the bridge too early. Throughout farm, we have Exquisite, and I'm not too sure if Dread Esports or RTC wants to be proactive in the early game as well. But look at south side of George as well. There's about, 2 teams that are around the corner of that vicinity. Yangon Galacticos have occupied not only hospital grounds, but also some corner of the warehouses, or should I say somewhere around the area of South George for the moment. So we might actually get some of all these early battles taking place, where we also see Harame Bros, as always, inside of Pachinki with some members of PPE on the edges as well. So pretty interesting start, but safe to say there's not plenty of action here to begin with. So good to know that they are starting on a very neutral base.
And you know what? This is surprising. PBE drops at Apartment School. So this is not their usual dropping point, which is in Stalber and Kameshki. And I just noticed, did I say Picado earlier on? No, it's Pachinki. So Pachinki is the dropping point of Harame Bro. But then again, nice nade! Wow. Jashi, right on point. And Dread Esports able to get Edward QT down and out. And this is God 7 again. and they're always having some like early engagements in the early stages, like what happened to them in Sanhok, where
Hmm.
Elevate eliminated them, and then now they're all up against Dread Esports, a different team, and I mean almost the same result, wherein they lose members, but they're still intact with three players still alive here, with VN together with MH and Amora Chili.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's he doing there in the middle of nowhere. Like he's absolutely segregated from the rest of his teammates. So Edward, he absolutely got punished for it. So they got to be really careful heading into all these other matches of Erangel. But for now, they start off with a deficit. So we shall see whether if they will be able to carry forward with better numbers throughout the course of the battle. But KE, this is their chance at redemption, as the first game wasn't exactly the finest of result that they've ever produced. But of course, that being said, it's absolutely forgivable, right? On how rowdy it could actually be, especially with them being challenged by the side of STE very early on. And speaking of a challenge, sure, we see both the Filipino squads driving past each other. It's Harame Bros as well as Playbook Esports that you did mention. PBE now changed up some of their strats a little bit by taking school apartments as well as one member to also be scouting up ahead over on north side of Pachinki, and they're disciplined enough to at least pull all the way back whenever they do sense perhaps an upcoming approach from the side of Harame Bros. But for now, it's all about taking due diligence, taking certain checkpoints as Harame Bros are slowly marching up north.
Yeah, and this is gonna change the whole gameplay now of Arama Bro. They don't usually expect a player or a team right around to where they're gonna be rotating at, and that's where you saw earlier Range together with Monboy was like just right beside each other. So Range didn't committed right away. He went back to his teammates, and they will try to regroup and try to reassess where they will have to go next. Now we are at I think this is Primorx area, wherein you can see GG. I'm not sure where his other teammates are at. I mean, is he like lost Contra?
He looks very lost. I mean, GG, they're pretty scattered throughout the fields, but hopefully he will be able to eventually get himself a vehicle and regroup with the rest of the squad. But KE, they might have been able to spot this opportunity to secure at least that first elimination points. Now, based on the mini map, they are actually within the city of Primos itself. It's just that they are pretty much scattered for loots at the moment. But one pickoff could basically erupt a chain of events. For now, the rest of Dread Esports taking on by the outskirts of the shoreline, whereas KE have already initiated against Jisoo. And just like that, that's a free pick. GG, they weren't careful enough and absolutely got punished.
Yeah, that was a really easy kill there, coming from Iterex. Just one lost player of GG, and then eventually he's lost in this lobby. So they have to also get some vehicles now, because you can see the blue zone now moving closer to them. So the circle is closing in. This is, I know this is just stage number 1, but again, I mentioned this yesterday. We're in tournament rooms are, I mean, the blue zones are much more,
Potent, right?
yeah, much more potent. Wherein it will damage you a lot more compared to a regular room. So they have to be careful now that GG knows their exact positions, and GG is not really aware also that Carillo, aka Davan, who is right on the hillside, and most likely ooh, actually, I think support already heard the footsteps, so he had to go down. And Carillo now throws in a molly, and he will be spotted already. So GG will know that there's someone right in here. And ooh, and 7 support almost got taken down, but then again, it's gonna be Zero who will provide some suppressing fire from a different angle, and now it's gonna be pushed by GG, but Nor 7 will not commit to that. He needs to be careful, though, because the blue zone is also taking some damage onto his HP. By the way, here comes the vote result. It's always been GE now on the top of the voting. So I think the Myanmar fans are just going all-out support for their GE.
Yeah, they're always very, very supportive of their fellow countrymen, and they do take pride in Genesis Esports having so much success in the past. And then we take start with Austria. Also, when the very initial vote back in Sanhok, first time I saw it, it was Austria taking a slight lead, and now it seems like GE is going to be pretty much steady. Nora has got nowhere to go. He drove right through the hillside, and they're also getting chunked out by the blue zone, so he's kind of forced to taking a long way drive, which has the rest of KE who's pretty much ready to take him on. So another 2 points added to the tally that makes it 3 for the side of Kill Enemy to kick off a very successful run throughout the course of Lipovka. Out of all these places that we could actually see in the battle, somehow it's by the edge of the map.
Yeah, and the kid will not move any of his muscles for now. So he's around. Ooh, look at this PBE now. Jibna. I thought that Jibna will get ran over by that car or that buggy of Dale, but eventually he was able to dodge that. But Demios now. Ooh,
oh, wow.
He gets taken down, but there's Damon to save the day for him. Jashi eventually will be eliminated, and Demios will get the revive. And PBE, I'm not sure what the PBE's gameplay or strategy there, but looks like they're occupied as well with Harame Bros rotation right around this bridge area connecting the water town. And look at Jarrell. I think his vehicle is already exploded, and now he's just gonna be just swimming underneath the bridge. YG though, also in their own spot. Oh, looks like the kid just died. He did he deny himself?
I think he denied himself, but I'm not too sure what really went on. He just threw a Molotov and just ran over it, and the rest of GG is no more. The first squad to bow out, but that's point denial. Of course, very frustrating for the ones dealing up against the side of GG. But, coming straight from a win into receiving no points at all, this is going to hurt their tally for the slightest bit. Meanwhile, back into towards the corner of the bridge, we still have this battle ongoing between Harame Bros as well as Playbook Esports. So we'll see which side of the Filipino teams will be getting the better results heading into this early engagement. He's managed to spot one vehicle up top as Rig is hoping to pop off that buggy. Very quick work of that, but now needing to deal with Monboy. This is going to be a tough position for them to really get much out of each other. So I'm not too sure if it's wise for both teams to commit this early into the match, because they might actually suffer casualties from both sides. So with that being said, RTC, they are taking up north. A rather safe compound, but this spot might eventually see some challenges with more teams moving up into these quarters later on. But for now, RTC is going to remain pretty safe as they're on the lookout. Labo, I remember watching this player even back in the days when Singapore teams used to be merged with the Malaysians back in the PMPL very early back in the days, but now still seeing him pretty much playing pro. I'm just happy for the kid that's been living the dream. But we go back towards GOT7 now challenging Flash Vision. Oh, not again! We've seen this before in Sanhok.
Yeah, it's the same fate, but only just one player though, not the 4 players of Flash Vision. So that's Oreki who goes down, and yeah, he will die in the process. And now Monboy will also go down as well, and will get rammed over by Jappy. And again, this is the bad thing about what Monboy and PBE is doing. They're right around the open areas. I mean, they only have one ridge. Eventually, they're open on the opposite side. So Harame Bro just used that disadvantage, and we're able to push on to Monboy. Not only for PBE, we have 2 more players left for them. Federal is now spraying down. I'm not sure who it is, but it's right around Ruins area. And he's just exploding every single vehicle. I mean, this is an unstoppable man right now. The Terminator of the Philippines. But most likely, in my opinion, I mean, Rig might get his, award. Wherein he might be the rising star as well for this season.
Well, if it does go into the same team, in essence, they could still treat each other for a dinner or so. So not too much of a bad problem to have, So end of the day, they can earn big bucks throughout the course of the PMCL, and even the league stage have offered so many US dollars on the block. Even in the finals, that's going to be a complete separate prize pool that will be offered on the table as well. So we'll see. Right now, the tally is looking to be great for the side of Rig. But, back towards, Playbook Esports, I felt like they were kind of overcompensating their position for a little bit, or a little overconfident on trying to gatekeep other teams such as Rami Bros, which we see them pretty much taking very separate spaces underneath these bridges, which didn't really result all too much with, a well-coordinated attack coming from the side of Harame Bros. Now they are receiving a little bit of fire coming from the side of Exquisite, but it's not going to be all too problematic as Koopa is the one getting taken down. So this is definitely going to be pretty interesting on how things are going to go. Koopa now being swarmed in. The rest of Exquisite will not be able to come in for the rescue. And speaking of which, where exactly is the rest of Exquisite Esports? As GOT7 is basically getting those 3 points.
Yep. And again, this is all because of Exquisite Esports players are like far away from each other. You saw earlier Lufa was right around Ruins area, who's trying to get those spray downs onto the side of Arami Bro, who was just rotating inside the zone. Now I can see Yangan Galacticos. Looks like they're trying to gatekeep now Arami Bros. Ooh, Federalis, who drops one more time. He was dropped already earlier, but he needs to protect himself. So you need to get that revive coming from his teammate, which is Jappy is with him right now. And then there's so many drops or so many knockdowns on the kill feed right now. Rig also goes down. And then we see here Martin, who's being pressured by Kill Enemy. This is Master D2K now throws in another nade. Where are the other Austria players? I think Skynet is like split up from Martin. So most likely Martin will get killed here.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for a side of Austria Esports as the Blue Zone is also ticking in later on. The grenade almost connecting into Martin, but there's almost no breathing space at all for the Austria member to be able to survive, so I believe that he'll be left to bleed out eventually. Master DTK, he's pretty low as well. He's got to be careful of his HP bar. Meanwhile, challenge over the side of Genesis Esports with Murnat being taken down as they're fighting throughout the airplanes. This is where Westcarry brings out the DBS. Big nades now fall right through, but Elevate Esports, they're giving immense pressure, dropping in from all corners, and there's a flank incoming as well. Westcarry has got to get the hell out of there, and he will be blown to bits. Elevate Esports now take a whole lot of space, but there's still Flash trying to defend up against the rest of Elevate, but he gets spotted out as well. Great work coming from the side of Nathan as they are still going for the challenge. Shots from the DBS does not get much as Elevate devours the rest of GE.
Wow, Elevate Esports just eliminated GE? And this is a team that just got formed recently. So again, Elevate Esports just proving that they're the team to be beaten right now. And in week number 1 now, you can see there STE Lucy, who's currently down and out. They're currently gatekeeping GOAT Esports right now, as I think GOAT, there's one player as well from them who's currently down. Lucy will get confirmed by 21. Now gets slow together with his teammate 762 and NC2. They have to be careful. They can be pushed here by GOAT. But then again, looking back here at the bridge area, Ranzer, I think he's spraying down onto Cute Low-Key, trying to get that confirmation kill. But you can see KE Kill Enemy just using that vehicle as a submarine right now, just trying to hold on their breaths inside that vehicle, making sure that they can go to the other side of this river and kill enemy. I think they're currently stuck right now because even though that they go to the other side, they will be spotted by Ranzer.
But they still have to go up to actually catch a breath as well. Karuya has managed to at least make his passage through. Ranzer's got no health or any form of medkits available, so he's just trying to trade as much as he can. And speaking of which, he gets picked off by Carrillo that has been able to make his way across. Meanwhile, Astro X have heard those shots. Red Bull only has the cover of a couple of rocks, and he's currently stuck in the hard place as well, trying to trade right back. He spots out KE. Quick shots being fired. He's the only Austria member that's currently been able to trade back. I believe Skynet has been trying to swim across as well, whereas we have seen YG been taking this spot just to gatekeep all these teams trying to cut it across, and they're happy to just stay inside of the compound and wait for them to eventually move right through, and that's where YG will take huge actions into the scene. But Skynin, he goes in for a quick recovery and eventually stalks the rest of Fearless Esports, but he cannot even fire a single shot just yet, but he does now find a member of Fearless Esports. That info will be relayed, but not much that can be done for the side of Fearless. So, a very awkward situation in the waters, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. He's sandwiched right now between Fearless and Kill Enemy. Skynin will have to think about what he can do to get into the circle. But then again, there's another team that he needs to be careful of, which is YG, if in case he gets through those two teams. But look at this range. Does have 5 frag grenades on him. Jarrell just right inside that small shack. You can get needed inside. Ooh, there we go.
Ooh.
No, he's actually outside. I thought he was inside.
That was a really close nade, though, for at least from the looks of it, but the shots are coming from the back. Red Bull still does it, and that nade still connects range before going down, and now he still managed to pop one more. But Red Bull has been so impressive. He's got Trail Nations throughout these waters, and YG is absolutely on the hunt. How much longer can Red Bull survive is going to be the question here. Shots are already being fired towards his direction as Cloud tries to deny him any form of entry at all, forcing him to retreat back into the river, whereas who else is going to be clipped by the rest of Yangon Galacticos? We'll see in a moment's time, but they are now pointing across there onto the far corners of the map as well. STE now dealing with the rest of GOAT as they are pushing right through, and through the smoke, they still manage to find it. Gets slow, tries to secure it as well. Now, I'm not too sure if 21 can actually go in for any form of saving grace as the push comes into effect. Gets slow, sprays through the smoke. How in the world did he get that? Wow!
Again, the firepower of Get Slow just being shown. All of those smokes, again, you cannot see anything through the smoke, but now you can see the last member of GOAT will get eliminated, all because of Fearless Esports. And that's going to be AstroX. The awareness of this player, just waiting for anyone to come closer. Now RTC, Dambot, they don't know. They don't know, Elevate don't know. Dambot is there to knock down 2. And then there's going to be one last guy for Elevate Esports, and that's going to be it for Dambot. To save the day is Coca-Cola. Now Coca-Cola needs to pop off smokes in order for them to get revived. But then again, with the nade here coming from Jibna, oh my goodness, they will die. And Coca-Cola will not have the chance now to go for the revive. What a smart player here coming from Dread Esports. Jibna just cancels out the 2 revives from Elevate Esports. Now it's going to be Claire who comes in closer. It's going to be Jibna versus Claire. Jibna goes down with a drop shot, and he goes down, and Coca-Cola will save the day one more time for Elevate Esports. And they will survive again, these 2 guys. Now, look at them, 9 eliminations, Contra.
Elevate absolutely thrives in all these chaos. They were not worried of that stalker right behind their back, and it was so costly for the team. But how on earth did they manage to survive out of all these? Onslaught beats me to question on how good they really are taking on these battles. Now, Harame Bro wants in as well, dropping that nade towards the side of Gaylor, and that will pretty much be lined up perfectly for range to claim the final few members left. Now, Harame Bros, once again, being absolutely consistent. Great prediction once again for you, as Harame Bros are looking to be in the poised position to perhaps close out with a chicken dinner. But of course, there's still Yangon Galacticos as well as STE that has been pretty much having firm control throughout the course of the battle. Meanwhile, Skynin is still by the corner of the river. Red Bull finally being picked up by Ranzer as they finally weathered the storm a little bit more. And, you know, I thought that Red Bull has done a lot of lethal damage, but they couldn't seem to seek out the rest of Fearless Esports. So they're only down to 1 member remaining.
Now, the problem is for Fearless is they have to get inside the circle. The circle is within the reach of Young Galacticos, and they're just waiting for someone to just get closer to them. So, again, the gatekeeping of Young Galacticos is making things hard for Fearless Esports. And you can also add Skynin to that, because Skynin is getting gatekept by 2 players of Fearless Esports. Now gets spotted. Now he will get pushed by AstroX. And they're former team members or teammates. And there we go. Skynin gets the better of that. Astro X goes down. And this might be the chance for Young Galacticos to go for the third party to finish all of these 3 players off. Now Ranzer throws in a nade. The nade are coming from Skynin as well, but the nade from Ranzer finishes off Skynin. And now you can see the kill feed. Why is Young Galacticos not doing anything? They're just trying to be passive right now, just waiting for Fearless to just come closer.
Yeah, I thought that Yango Galacticos could actually reap so many of all these opportunities across the river. They were just shelled right into this compound. They were not exactly pushing out. And despite them having the numbers advantage, they're not really pushing the advantage. Instead, they are still playing very passively. But here comes Romeo Boy with a great pop of a nade. Takes down Ranzer, is only Astro X left. And that lop looking to be pretty sublime. Chips away some health bar, and the Molotov will seal the deal! Yes, it will! Romeo didn't even have to look. Okay, I take my words back. Yango Galacticos is still pretty much in control of the situation at the very least. 3 frags, and now playing for the end game in this top 3 scenario. There's still Harame Bros with 1 member left, and STE to be the order squad to hopefully secure their very first chicken dinner as well. This revamped roster STE so far looking really good. Gets slow. Look at him go. All the elimination points is secured by this 1 member so far. So with this squad strength, I still believe that they have plenty more to offer.
Yeah, definitely. Now Federalis, even with just him on the squad, he's just really fearless. Just going out in the open, but again, he will have to prone down for now. The best thing that Federalis can do now is just let them, the others fight. Young Galacticos versus STE with a 3v3 here. So you just need to be quiet, just need to be a little bit more patient here. I think Say Cloud already spotted him earlier on, but look at Say Cloud. I think they're trying to just clear off that corner. Maybe someone is just hiding out there, but no one else is already there. He actually spots 1 player of STE right on the hillside. I'm not sure what's going to happen now. Ooh, actually, he spots Federalis. Now Federalis will be stuck right at the northern side of that circle, right behind that rock. Ooh, and his feet is actually spotted, so he needs to heal up. STE now will have more information now since that Say Cloud already fired his gun, but again, the 2 other players of YG hasn't really, provided their presence yet. So SCE doesn't still have information where the others are at.
Yeah, and as compared to STE, they've been pretty much more proactive in taking all these fights. Yango Galacticos have been a lot more calculated on their approach from what it seemed to be, because despite all that ruckus that was going over the south side, Yango Galacticos, they did not partake in many of all these battles, but of course chose to, play for the position to this point onwards. But Say Cloud is really providing all the intel necessary for them to try to close up this game. But it's definitely going to be difficult for the moment, as they are already taking at least the southern portion of the map. Whereas the rest of SDE finds Federalis, goes in for the shot, and NC2 makes a quick whip. Those pump shots of the S12K, but that will be quickly traded by Say Cloud. Now looking for even more, gets slow, now retakes that stone position, and this is going to be tough for them with a nade out of nowhere. 762 somehow knows exactly where to prime that one, so pressure is on. But this is an interesting position that ST is taking. 3 different corners while YG slowly lurks upon 762 and will be able to shut him out.
When Romeo Boy knocks 762, who gets spotted right there, proning on the grass. Not only with 1 member now up, this is going to be Getslow, who can go for a 1v3 clutch. Ooh, he actually focuses on the revive and gets spotted from behind, and YG, Yangon Galacticos, getting their first winner chicken dinner of this season. And Yangon Galacticos, if I'm not mistaken, they were picked by multiple casters as well, so nice prediction.
Yeah, good call. Yangon Galacticos so far has been one of the most dominant teams inside of Erangel, and they have once again proved it here in the PMCL that this map absolutely belongs to them. But of course, plenty to play for. What we also have seen great opportunities for teams like Harame Bros to also siege some of all these areas of play because they were one of the early teams to do so. But of course, they were only left with Federalis, which was pretty much sandwiched in between the wrath of YG as well as STE. But it was impressive. We saw NC2 as well as one other member that has been added into STE to be able to offer a whole lot into this matchup and get slow. That was at least 4 takedowns throughout the course of Erangel, so probably he might just be the MVP of the matchup. So we'll see, because there's just so much going on. I think, like, for most part, a lot of the action was actually around that south side of the map where teams were trying to get across that river, which was so tough to do. And that's also where Red Bull has done a ton of damage before bowing out from the side of Austria Esports.
Well, it's all about YG just controlling their gameplay. They're not really so aggressive. Were being so passive during that matchup, wherein they were not really pushing towards those teams who were just trying their best to not die in that bridge area. I think the decision of YG's for me is the best decision that they can do, because if they try to get out of their compound, they might get shot from behind, which is STE will have the range or with the visibility. But then again, Harame Bro, they're not able to secure the win this time around. But I think the team of the game again is going to be Elevate Esports, in my opinion, because look at the aggressiveness that they're showing, and the sustainability that they're able to do. Even after the engagement, they were able to get those revive, and just unfortunately, they get third-partied away from range in this game. And then this is the final moment we're in. Get slow, focused on the revive, and not able to defend himself. The MVP, surprisingly, is Say Cloud, only with one elimination.
I'm also surprised as well, but take a look at the damage being done coming from this individual. He's been able to actually offer a whole lot to secure this round, because he relayed all the intel of not only Federalis that was pretty much sticking out in the open, and other than that, because of all the info that was provided, Yangon looked to clean up this final bout very efficiently without too much of a problem towards the very tail end of that matchup. So credit where credit is due, although it wasn't as explosive as we see the rest of Elevate Esports or even some other squads as well. I think that he's done more than enough to be deserving of the MVP.
Well, for Say Cloud and the gang of YG, again, they were really smart with their gameplay. They just waited for the other squads to just get closer. And same goes to STE. I think STE did their best on just holding their position until the very end. It's just so unfortunate that the circle is not within the reach. So with this win, Yangon Galacticos gets an additional 6 points with their 6 eliminations. So that's a total of 16 points is what they got in this match. I'm not just so sure how many Harame Bro or maybe STE got in their own, so that they can be the #1 team in this just matchup. But anyways, for STE, I think that the risk play that they did with the Federalis gave the opening to Yangon Galacticos to get the win. Because if STE just played it safe, then maybe they will have a chance to be able to spot the players of Yangon Galacticos and maybe just leave Federalis for the last part, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree on your sentiment as well. And for most part, Yangon Galacticos have also really weirded a lot of all the other teams out, especially on the south side, where you see about 6 knocks that weren't exactly points being secured. They dish out plenty of damage throughout the course of this battle, where when we take a look at the overall stats, definitely a huge improvement as compared to what we saw inside of Sanhok, with plenty of throwables. It's about 5-folds of an improvement as compared to what we saw inside Sanhok. That's also due to the fact that perhaps there's just not too many smokes as well as frags to go about in that matchup. But here we are, as we have pretty much all teams pretty much jet set and ready to really go all out. Though number of hit shots have decreased only for a slight bit, but the rest of the stats are looking pretty much like a very standard Sanhok round that we've had so far. So really great start for the side of Yangon Galacticos, where they have also remained consistent. Speaking of consistency as well, we have seen so many different types of play coming from all these squads out there. Elevate Esports being absolutely explosive, and then you also do have Harame Bros that have been remaining into a top 4 ratio in order to secure plenty of points. And in this match itself, Harame Bros have that 20 points alongside Fearless as well as Ozja. It's going to be STE on second, tied together with Elevate, and of course our winners, Erangel Galacticos, walks away with 16.
The consistency right now is showing for Harame Bro. Even with a small map like Sanhok, they were able to get double-digit score line. So with this, they were able to get additional 10 points, so that's already like 22 points total for the side of Harame Bro. So again, the consistency is there. GE, who got really good scores from the previous match, only got 2 in this matchup. And then Ozja, again, this is the adjustment coming from the small to the bigger map. You are going to be expecting these top tier teams like Harame Bro and Ozja Esports to get a much better performance. The only thing that I'm looking at right now is Elevate Esports. How long will they be at the top right now? Look at them. 23 points total for Elevate Esports. Again, this is the team that I called out the very start of this day. They're just a team that just recently formed. Really good individual players, but the question is how well they will play, and they're showing it in the past 2 games.
Yeah, and it seems like without even the chicken leader, they find themselves at the top spot right now, and that's followed closely but with Harame Bros only 1 point shy. Meanwhile, the winners, Erangel Galacticos as well as GG, they are still within top 3 as well as top 6 respectively, where we still expect a lot of changes to take effect heading into some of the matches. But when we see, which, number 70 as well as 20, those teams are currently in Group E, which will not see any form of play for the course of this entire evening. But tomorrow onwards, we'll probably see some action from them, so a lot of catching up for them to do, but at least they get to currently join us and spectate on how all these teams have been doing so far. Going back to Elevate Esports, I'm just impressed on not just their firepower, but also the survivability rate. They went up against GE quite early on, where we saw on the plane crash where it could have been quite devastating, as GE was hoping to trade back, and somehow they even strategized even better with 2 members going in for the flank, and they just swiftly take out the side of GE, leaving them with no response at all. So I'm loving this brand new season. We might actually have a hot new favorite in the form of Elevate Esports. Unfortunately, I didn't vote for them today. I kind of want to switch because they are looking so good right now.
Yeah, you're right. Upcoming next is Erangel, not Miramar. So Erangel will be the next map. But if we talk about the individuals that come up with Elevate Esports, we know Claire. Claire is a former player of Harame Bro. He's also a part of Blacklist International before, so this player is very experienced. If you talk about individuals, Coca-Cola or FV played for Enigma MSI. But before we even talk about that, we're going to be going on a short break here. PMCL 2024 Fall Split. We'll be right back, guys.
And welcome back, survivors, to a brand new season of the PMCL. And of course, it's me, Contra, alongside with Cuckoo TV to walk you through all of the action that we have throughout the course of the evening. It's day one, and we already have exhilarating effort being displayed by some of the teams out there. So far, we've got epic wins coming in from GG Esports as well as Yangon Galacticos. And who else is going to claim the next map? Of course, you guys can vote for that to tell us who you guys would be favoring to take on that chicken dinner when that QR pops up on the screen. But wow, what a match that was when we kick off our run inside Erangel, where, you know, we have teams like Elevate as well as Harame Bros who are neck and neck racing to the top, and currently it's Elevate with that 1 point advantage.
Yeah, and I was talking about their lineup earlier on, and I was left with 3 other members. So, I mean, FV was a former player of Enigma. So, I mean, he's the only thing that was left there when they bought the slot. And then you can add up Nathan, who was a former player of Exquisite Esports, and Scotty, who was a player of Strangers Esports. But before I even continue, we do have our newest X-Suit, the Galadria X-Suit, available right now in an exclusive lobby post until September 30th. Wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress and the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. First draw of the day is always at 10 UC. And going back to what I'm talking about, these are individual players, really good individual players for Elevate Esports, and seems like their composition is actually working out well. It's all because of the experience being provided by Claire. And at the same time with Scotty, if you remember Scotty, he played in the 30-second SEA games as well. So yes, with the experience of Scotty together with Claire's experience, I think they're able to, you know, sustain and get a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, throughout the course of those past seasons, I've always been impressed by, you know, players like Kaylor as well as Scotty. Now that you have them working together, how lethal of a combination these guys really have. And this is a squad which, you know, you mentioned about individual strength, but somehow they've been able to gel well in such a short span of time. And, you know, sometimes we look into scrims and think like, oh, this team doesn't look all too hot. Sometimes, you know, like, you know, back in the days when I used to manage teams, like half of the squads, they are just really just analyzing each other's gameplay than to really put too much effort. And then when it comes down to the real deal, they really show off what they've got. But, you know, I really do want to know, can they keep this up throughout the course of all these weeks? We'll have to wait and see. You know, my prediction came a little late for the side of Yangon Galacticos, but hey, a back-to-back could also be possible. I don't think I have to explain on, you know, Yangon Galacticos' power when it comes down to how they play out Erangel matches, because they just have very good understanding of, you know, the terrains as well as how they actually take good control of their surroundings overall.
Well, I mean, the second game, which is Erangel, the circle went towards just a little bit on the western side of Georgia Pool, where Yangon Galacticos actually dropped off. So it was just an easy rotation for them, to say the least. So that's probably why, I mean, they got a much higher chance of winning in that second matchup. But again, circles can be random each game. I mean, it doesn't happen a lot of times where we would have the same circles. So definitely for Yangon Galacticos, if they had a little bit of rotation in this game, most likely they will, or they are expecting a lot more of rotation coming in to match number 3. But for me, I have Ostja. Ostja, I think they're struggling in the smaller maps, but in the bigger maps, we saw them got the 10 points earlier on. So most likely they will get that momentum now going into the third match. But again, you can vote for your favorite team. We voted Yangon Galacticos, we voted for Ostja, but you can vote for your own. I know that there's a lot of fans on the comment section right now for Harame Bro. Also at the same time for STE, because I know from the past season we do have a lot of Nepal fans in the comment section. So, you know, you can scan that QR code right now and vote for your favorite team.
Yeah, or should I say, vote for some of these guys who have transferred from South Asia. And of course, we're looking at Rig now joining Harame Bros, and they've been looking mighty solid throughout the course of the run so far. Now, I do notice, now that you did mention about, having that circle advantage as well, where Yangon, they started off around that Sonovska, or should I say, Georgiopol area, and it wasn't too difficult for them to actually rotate. And the tendency of the past two rounds that have been concluded, we take a look at even the Harame Bros, they've always been the ones to prioritize playing towards the center, and it has definitely worked out for these teams. And I would say that perhaps this is probably the way to go, but with too many teams having the same approach, it will become a lot more problematic for certain teams that are aiming to do so if they're going to be maybe a couple of steps later as compared to those who are already firmly planted into the middle. So, of course, with the timer on the screen over my upper portion, you will tend to know that we're about to kick off on our second map of Erangel. That will be match number 3 for today. Oh boy, Cuckoo, I think we're in for even more action here, which I'm pretty sure some of the teams that dropped off a little bit early in Erangel are looking for huge moments of redemption and to avenge whatever that they have to do as we take on another round of the classic map.
Well, definitely we'll have more action, especially that the flight path will be totally different now. Look at this, from the top of Stalber down to the bottom waters of the eastern side of Sosnovka military base. And we've talked about PBE. PBE's dropping point is Stalber Kameshki, but looks like they have updated it now to school apartments, because look at them. They're not dropping to Stalber or Kameshki. It is actually open. Elevate now dropping to Severny. You can usually see a Singaporean team dropping right around Severny area. So this is, again, a little bit of a different kind of approach. Oh, looks like there will be another team or squad dropping together with Elevate Esports. This is Good Game Esports right now, right around Severny. So we're going to have a hot drop coming in.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit overwhelming for the side of GG because, despite them winning out on that first chicken dinner, they tend to play a little bit more passive. But an on-form Elevate Esports are definitely looking for those early engagements so long as they are provided with the essentials. But, with this flight path, Nova Renoy is not going to be accessible for the side of GE, so they will once again take charge of Rozok City, where it was left absolutely vacant. But it won't be contested at all, so they're just going to be in close proximity with teams like PBE. But look at that first circle, though. Skewered all the way towards the southeastern corner of the map. So, huge advantage, though, for the side of Dread Esports. GOT7 as well as Exquisite to, hold on to some of all these areas. But we'll see what will go on later, as Asia Esports will definitely look towards cutting through that corner of the bridge in order to maybe reap a little bit more, or maybe just take a boat trip from Novo into Middle Power. That could also be another option. And all these other teams that are dropping to the edges, such as KE as well as Elevate, who's also driving to Zarki, is gonna have a long journey to approach even the first zone itself.
And it looks like GE's luck with the circle, they ain't lucky as of the moment, because if you remember last time, they dropped at Novo, and the circle went towards the northern side of the map. And then they dropped at Rozok. Now the circle went onto the southeastern side of the map. So
yeah,
they're kind of like having some type of wrong guesses as of this very moment. But again, if you have Sin Esports playing today, they will definitely have the circle, because I know that they drop around Milta and Milta Power area. So unfortunately, they're not playing as of this very moment. So if you're looking for Sin Esports, they're going to be playing for tomorrow, but not today. But right now, you can see Harame Bro dropping to their usual, which is in Pochinki. And you can see the lineup still hasn't changed at all. Rig just subbing into whatever they had originally, which was Emas. And this is, again, the updated dropping point of PBE. For me, this is a much better dropping point compared to a Stalber Kameshki dropping point, especially that Stalber Kameshki is on the the extreme north side of the map of Erangel, and like I mentioned earlier, Circle doesn't really go there most of the time.
Yeah, it allows them to be a lot more active into looking for perhaps those early game pickoffs as well, so long as they play to their own advantages because of how central that location is. Despite perhaps this game, it might have actually been rewarding for them to actually drop into the western part of the plains to get that early access. But of course, with all these adaptations, it shouldn't be too difficult, especially, dropping into somewhere close to the center will never go wrong. It just allows you that form of rotation that could almost reach to any destination of stage one. But of course, getting past team is always going to be the problem that teams will face. But for now, GE, I understand why they actually drop into Rozok because of the flight path that allows them a better float into this respective city as compared to taking that long approach, just going on a long journey in that parachute to stretch all the way to Novo seem to be quite difficult if you want to actually get into the islands as well. So it makes a whole lot more sense. Whereas, we are already seeing those very early rotations coming in from the side of Exquisite to still, make a couple of checkpoints, get some essential loots from the get-go. And Exquisite, perhaps they can actually take charge of some of all these corners of the highway, where I love to call the shelter grounds a little bit of like a Medusa intersection. How many fork that there is on the road where teams could actually hide out in some creases, some ridges, and some dips to try to have some surprising element to overwhelm teams that do pass by. But that will probably happen in stage 2 onwards or towards the end of stage 1. For now, no drastic measures coming in from majority of the squads.
Well, I just noticed Good Game Esports going for a hard rotation, going to the Stalber area first instead of going directly through Yasnaya to be able to go to the northern side of the circle, which is right around Mansion area. So it's going to be a long rotation for them. RTC, who dropped at Milta, was already at around the factory area right on the western side of Milta Power. We have your Labo, who was just looting around. You need to be careful because if you remember earlier, Exquisite Esports went for an early rotation. Lufa needs to actually be better because if you remember from game number 1, Sanhok, he was the one eliminated early, and then on the second game, we didn't really saw much of his presence. So with Lufa's experience in the Japanese league together with the PMGC, well, he has to show up and give some more firepower to the squad.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say it's a fall off just yet because it's still very early in the tournament for Lufa to prove himself. But over here, though, for the side of Justice Esports, they are going on a little bit of a car chase early on and have decided to drop into the corners of the Pop-Up. Meanwhile, gets low, already getting into the thick of the action, finding West Carry so early as they strike onto the rest of Genesis Esports. Now, this is no good sign for Genesis. They have not had a great start throughout the course of the tournament thus far. From Sanhok all the way to Erangel, it didn't seem like they have a great early game. That's also due to the fact that they have to rotate out of that Rozok, and the moment that they leave,
again,
it seems like it's just more and more troubles ahead. This time it's range, trying to dodge some shots from the side of PBE, and it really seemed like both of these teams never seem to be too far off from each other. PBE always hot on their tails.
Looks like PBE have done some research. they know where Harame Bro is going into spots in certain types of circles. So right now, Range again meeting up with PBE. So he doesn't have any choice but to just go out of the way and maybe try to go back to where his teammates are at, or maybe just find a different area to go to. And right now, you can see here Lufa. Speaking of the devil, Lufa. You can see him able to spot some players right over there at the lumber mill area. Not going to be able to get some knockdowns, but Dread Esports will be able to survive and most likely will just, stay back to where they are currently situated, which is right over here. They will have to wait on to the next stage in order for them to be able to go to the next area. It is still very early in this game. There's hasn't been any much of a elimination yet. Only just one right on the early stages of this game. But there we go. The updated circle now for stage number 2. Looks like PBE is right at the center of this circle.
Yeah, PBE, they have been able to get some of all these prime area of play as they have initiated a very early rotation. And I guess like we'll see a whole lot more of Harame Bros versus PBE because of how closely they drop towards each other's location. One in Pochinki and another one just in between school as well as Rozak. And here is an AWM in the crate. I'm not too sure who's going to be claiming it, but there is going to be a squad that's going to be waiting around these corners. So I want to find out who's going to be able to wheel, of course, the best sniper in the game.
No,
But of course,
I know who. I know who. From
who's
YG, Cute Low Key.
oh wow,
One of the great snipers from Myanmar. And I mean, if you watched the summer league, he was using the M24 a lot together
oh
with
yeah.
the Car 98. So if Loki can get to that AWM, then he can deal some damage with that. But again, for Goat, one player currently down. Ooh, it's actually Astro X, who's just ran past him, and he will be down and out for this game.
Yeah, no luck for the side of 21 this time, just getting pretty much ran over so early on. And, throughout the course of just two battles, we've seen so many involvements of vehicles in getting eliminations, right? Like, the road kill rate so far has been 100% in each matchup so far. But, of course, we'll see the stats by the end of the day as well, if only there was a counter for that. But over here, RTC still dominates the factory areas of Delta Power. Meanwhile, another fight erupts with another pickoff towards side of Goat. This time, it's towards Yahiko. Just bad luck with these rotations, just moving past a little too late. And they're also scattered at the very same time, so they cannot basically convoy and relay those form of information. So XZ11, he's just going to turn the other way around. But where exactly is safe for him? God knows, right? Like he's just out in the open, no compound to claim, but I believe he should be able to find a shack of his own. But this is still in the blue zone. This is not going to be feasible for him to hang out for far too long. But PBE, they're happy across the Lumber Hills as these shacks will just provide just about enough cover. Previously, there was another squad up here, which I do remember, but
it was around the bro.
Yeah, and they are nowhere to be seen right now in the lumber mill. But of course, taking a separate location is going to be good enough for them. So primarily, most of the fights will eventually take place around the prison area for the teams over the north. Meanwhile, for the south side, we're going to have a whole lot of party throughout the lumber mills as well as the factory areas of Build the Power.
Yeah, and looking at Harame Bro now, right on the western side, outside the circle. I'm not really sure where they can go now because the power positions has been taken over by STE and PBE, as we can now see Austria Esports also another power position to be on in this type of circle. GE also is on a really good position on the eastern side, just right above Milta Power. Skynet spots one who's going to be going to Milta Power. This is RTC Esports right now, who's going to be running past GE, and he's going to be sandwiched. Maltese. Oh my goodness, no HP left for him. Now will be pushed by Flash. Doesn't have any time for him to go for the heal and smile from behind. He will go for the finish. But while that was happening, Fearless Esports is now down to just 3 players left. I think it was Astro X who died in the process.
Yeah, and that was efficiently claimed there by the side of Genesis Esports. We saw the health bar is pretty much close to non-existing with only one tiny pixel left for the side of Marl, but he's pretty much far off from the rest of these members. Now there is also names running through the feed as well. Flash Vision so far haven't been off to a great start, despite them clearing 3 points in the process for the past 2 rounds so far. FV definitely have to step up as the Singaporean side does not really have the best of spots to play out from, but the kid now gets caught out. GG now wants to find another member of the side of Goat Esports, as nades are now being primed right in. Yatka tries to go in for the challenge. He's got nothing to lose. He's the final member remaining, so might as well just find one more point, before he bows out. But he's already out of death race. He's only got 7 smoke grenades and no other resources left available. That's where the exchange goes through. Nora 7 now has plenty more to offer for frags, and just across the door, he almost connects it through, but he will climb up top. But can he hold out? He does actually catches one with the S12K and looking for another target in the form of GG.
And well, Yatka holding his ground, 2v1. Where are their support? It's actually 7 support now together with the kid, who's going to be joining in the fun as Nor will have to back out now. Damali now coming from Liliatka as NC2 goes down on the feed. It's going to be a 3v1. This is going to be hard for Liliatka. He doesn't have any much utilities, but just smokes. Oh, but there's an opening. He gets the knockdown.
Wow.
That's 7 support. Going for the support. Not able to provide support. Now Liliatka, I think he does have a heal, but I'm not sure if he's going to be denying himself. There we go. He's going to be just denying himself. Dying in the blue zone as GG Esports will survive that. But then again, now we see here Young Galacticos gets obliterated by Strangers Esports.
Oh boy, there goes my prediction picks. Once again, haven't really gotten much of it correct, but SCE have done such a great job just overwhelming the side of Yangon Galacticos. Now Harame Bros also in a tough position going up against KE from the low ground as well. It's really down to Jappy to see if he can find any form of connection, but damage has been done. Rick still limping through the smokes as they will send Jappy to try to take charge, but he's gonna turn all the way around as the revival does go through. KE holding the high ground, but doesn't really seem to have great angles up against the side of Harame Bros, but they are within the range of grenades to be tossed right in. Thankfully enough for the side of Harame Bros, they don't really have that much resources, but Rick once again gets knocked down. And this time, they will just ditch him be on the outskirts, quickly secured from the side of KE. As Federales, where can he go? Where can he hide? Shots being fired from all directions, but he will at least make it past KE.
And this is all because of PBE's faster rotation compared to Harame Bro. Harame Bro right now is just looking for some opening through the circle. And now they're being gatekept by Kill Enemy. And also with PBE together, Carrillo, ooh, from the backside though. God7 MH able to spot Carrillo. Now Mon Boy, he does need to be careful because there's like a team just right beside him. This is Dread Esports, who is just lurking around this compound. Ooh, spots one. Demios goes down. Gets headshot by Mon Boy. Now Jassy will throw in a nade. Will the nade connect? No, it will not. Just overthrows that nade. But then again, Carrillo will be able to get the revive, and then eventually now PBE will focus on to Dread Esports. Now Dread, Jashi, very low on HP. Ryman now goes in for the push. Kills one. Jarrell goes down as well, as Demios, together with the gang of Dread Esports, will have to go for the reset. Ooh, nade!
Oh, what a huge connection coming from the side of Damon as they will continue to rally onto their targets. Only one active member remaining for the side of PBE as KE also chimes right in from the sidelines. But these nades absolutely potent, and Dread Esports hoping to seal the deal. There might just be enough time to go in for at least one revive, but Zero-X seems stop running from him. Free pick coming in for the side of Damon with the QBZ in hand. Just absolutely shreds them out. And they just find more and more of these targets moving into the lumber shacks, and this is not going to be a safe spot to be. KE, they decide to get through all these mess, where they're still playing through the spine of the hillside to try to take a little bit more of the defensive cover, while Dread Esports having 2 members being knocked down. Now getting some cover through the locks. They're still in close proximity, but this is such a tough fight between these 3 teams.
Yeah, really, really tough, with a third party coming from KE, and then a fourth party coming from Exquisite Esports. Dread Esports, Jedna is the only man remaining for them. And then now the fifth party from God7, Edward. Ooh, nice nade, I think. Coming from Edward. Yes, indeed, it's Master D2K who goes down. And Kill Enemy now is only going to be left is Carrillo. And God7 can now go for the push if they realize this. Now MM goes for the backside. MM now close up the nade. Will it connect? Now he actually spots MH. Oh, nade! Wow. Coming from MM. just eliminates all members of KE. Now the focus will be on God 7, as I think Escozet has the better advantage here compared to God 7.
That was so beautifully done from inside of a man. Every toss was absolutely accurate as he just secures it without needing to, you know, blow off all these lead coming from his magazine. And here goes the rest of GE also within close proximity up against one of these members of the side of Flash Vision. Master Smalt hoping to trade right back, finds Master Rakes, but seems like he is the master of all masters. Meanwhile, Dreki left by the Shore Alliance. What can he do this time? He's the final member remaining for the side of Flash Vision Esports. He's just got to play it really safely, but at least he's within the close proximity of Stage 5 circle. But if it shrinks any further, I don't think there's a way out for that player alone. So at least he will just get some good view by the corner of the sea, whereas the rest of RTC, they haven't really moved too far off from that Milta Power Factory. They're taking the lower ground of the hill and somehow still having pretty much 2 more members remaining intact despite how many fights that have taken place throughout the lumber mills. Elevate Esports tries to change that, detonating that vehicle, and that will be Ferrari Bros also getting knocked out there as the feet goes absolutely wild from all directions.
And look at the Elevate Esports now. They're now not focused with eliminations. They're focused on objectives. So, again, this is surprising for me, to say the least, for Elevate Esports. This is all because of the circle, most probably. It's a much harder circle compared to the previous one. Now, Claire needs to be, much more patient for now, as Jappy will just have to survive for now for Team Harame Bro, as God of Death 7 now gets closer. Oh my goodness, almost ramps over Jappy, but there you go. That's a knockdown. And then now Amora takes out his MG3. Now we're going to be throwing a nade. Also a Molotov coming from Amora Chili. Now Jappy doesn't have any choice there but to get out of that way, as God 7 eliminates Harame Bro.
Yeah, there was just no safe refuge for the side of Jappy. Wherever he turns, there's still going to be a lot of open spacing out there, and that nade absolutely sealed the deal up for the entirety of the squad. Meanwhile, Nathan still alive and kicking with the rest of Elevate Esports as they take charge over the northern part of the map. And look at their consistency. They're still here getting that dominant area of play, but the only problem is they're on that low ground. Maybe it will be a little bit obvious once the dust settles off heading into the late game. So it will be maybe a little bit more problematic to deal with Exquisite. But there will be perhaps some challenges up ahead for some of the guys of Exquisite, where there is what I do believe to be GOT7 to be taking charge over the kill, but they only got 2 members out there. Dreki might just be spotted here by Marnet, as he's been keeping his eyes closely over onto the lower side of the shore. And GE, this time forced to play very passively. The other member playing over on the far south, which both members will have to drive into the middle of nowhere in the open just to try to take space into the circle, which is absolutely unsafe. So right now we focus on those that have already secured some area of play at the very least. STE holding towards the grounds up against Exquisite, who's definitely looking to see if they could manage a pick coming from this distance. Now tossing those nades. Let's see if MM can land another beautiful blow.
Oh, and MM not able to get the bullets connect. But then again, STE is currently busy with Austria Esports, who's rotating inside. And they're able to eliminate also Damn Bot of RTC, but will get, stolen by Exquisite Esports. Now Curry will be served up to MM, as MM gets that kill. And RTC will be eliminated. We're now down to 7. STE right now is currently sandwiched Contra between 2 teams. And then you can now see also Elevate Esports now focused on to Genesis Esports, and they're gatekeeping GE. They cannot get inside now, all because of those utilities being popped off by Elevate Esports.
Yeah, there's just no good option left for the side of GE. They have to win out this trade, but how do you do so against a 2-2 split being displayed by the side of Elevate Esports? And It's tough. All these four members will just absolutely laser focus onto GE, and they just slowly chip them off the game, or else it's going to be the Blue Zone to claim it out. But Asha, they have a pop-off moment against the rest of STE, going up close and personal. Exquisite hopes to actually clean it all up instead, and they managed to also take a number off inside of STE. Red Bull so far still taking firm charge for the side of Asha this time, securing all these elimination points for the team in green. Scotty now finds as well, as they will go in for an exchange of nades. Will it actually hit the mark though against Yue? Still forming a bunker right behind these vehicles to get a little bit more cover, so Asha's not going to be having an easy time to really land those nades.
And Nangx just cooking up those nades. Not really connecting as of the moment. UI just sustaining all those splash damage now, trying to heal up. But again, the sound cues. Nangx hears it. UI goes down. Nangx, really good player of Ostja Esports. Looks like Ostja has the prime position right now to get the winner chicken dinner for match number 3. And if I remember it correctly, this is my prediction, right?
It's either Asha or
yeah, it is.
It could be.
It
oh,
is.
Okay. That's perfect then. And look at him go. 6 elimination points, full squad still intact. The only other challenger that could possibly hold up against them is Elevate, but they are currently having their hands tied up against the Soul Member pushing through. Flash in the middle of the street will be caught out. No way across. Now limping his way through a little bit of cover, and GE has got their days pretty much numbered by the rest of Elevate Esports, but Amor Chili pepper spraying from the top side of the hill, trying to whittle him down from a distance. He's got to be careful as well. Might have actually given away his own position, but GOT7, they got not much to lose here. They can claim whatever that there is over the field, but they're just by the edge of the circle as well. But any deeper that they try to cut in the middle, I mean, it's just open grounds. Look at Exquisite. They got all eyes on the field, but it's only Koopa left. So really huge advantage for Ostja Esports to really wrap up this round.
Yep, and it's a very much open area right now onto the north and eastern side of this circle. And you can see there, Scotty, just very low in HP, doesn't have any HP left here right now. Nathan also doing the same thing. I think they don't have any more heals. And that's going to be it for Elevate Esports. They get eliminated now, as we're now down to 3 Ostja, GOT7, and Exquisite Esports with a 4v2v1 situation. But again, with Ostja Esports having that prime position, they're on the higher ground, the highest ground of them all. So they will see everyone here, as Koopa will just have to wait for the smokes to pop off. And Koopa is actually healing himself up. He's not even aware that there's Martin over there right above him.
He's just biding as much time as possible. Just taking a look at Ostja, they control probably half of the circle already, just knowing for the fact that all these other teams are just hiding up north. So just slowly taking firm control as they inch closer and closer. Red Bull knows that there is going to be a target hiding right behind a rock, and that's going to be a quick pick towards Koopa. And the only other team remaining is GOT7, holding on to the very tight corner. And take a look at the circle. It's been occupied by Ostja Esports. So no matter what happens, if Ostja wants to take it slow, they can do so. They don't really have to force any form of advancement towards the side of GOT7. But if they want to, before they deny themselves to the blue, they can just rush right in, but they have to be careful on the approach because it's still a little bit of a split going on between Skynin and the rest of the duo of Martin as well as Red Bull. So I'm liking what I'm seeing, the Thai duo working together, where they've been so familiar. So this is the dynamic that we've tried to figure out. So things are still looking very clean for the side of Ostja Esports, trying to secure the final blow, and yes, they will get that win for Ostja Esports.
And I got my prediction right. Ostja Esports gets the winner chicken dinner on match number 3. The fans also got the predictions right. If you saw earlier, the votes are on to Ostja Esports. 34% of the fans voted for Ostja Esports to win this matchup. And that's going to be, again, for Ostja Esports, getting their momentum back in this matchup. And for me, I think Ostja Esports will still have that momentum going in to match number 4. It's just that they need to figure things out when it comes to the circle. And looks like they were able to figure things out now here on match number 3.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could switch around my predictions because I did predict Austria on the very first game and YG here on this third game, but close enough for myself. But wow, what a banger of a match that was, where we saw so many fights taking place, and this is a whole lot of terrain which they have to figure out in order to really get the benefit of this end game, where we thought that some of all these players coming in from teams like what I do believe to be Exquisite, as well as another squad which was absolutely dominating the southern side. I gotta recall once again, well, of course, before we get that, well, why not we just take a look at the highlights to, of course, get a better picture, because in that early game, we saw plenty of action coming from PBE, trying to negate all these teams from really approaching up this hill, and then it became like, what, a 3-4-5-way warfare on the lumber mills.
Yeah, that's true. There was like a 5th or maybe even a 6th party right around the lumber mill area. And again, with the PBE's adjustment of the dropping point, Harame Bros' rotation is just being defended well now, and they cannot execute it really well as well. Now, you can see right at the end, we're in GE. Tried to get inside, and you can see Elevate Esports not really focusing on the eliminations. They were able to focus on the objectives. It's just so unfortunate that they're on the bottom side of every angle where the other teams were at. So they're like very much open out in the the top right side of the circle. And then eventually, right at the end, it was Koopa who tried his best against Austria Esports. Austria Esports gets the winner chicken dinner, and the MVP is Red Bull. And this was the man from last season who scared Federales from not getting that MVP award. I almost thought that Red Bull will get the MVP, but right now, in the very first day of PMCL Fall, Red Bull on the third match got 6 total eliminations.
That's right, and Red Bull so far has been looking super strong heading into all these matchups, especially now bringing in his friends from Thailand like Martin to accompany him, and also having, another coach that's been pretty much a prominent face in the PMPL Thailand scene that's played from Team Secret, Matoy. Austria is looking mighty strong so far, but, for so many of all these matches, Red Bull has been effectively putting damage on the block, even despite them really falling off in, the first playthrough of Erangel. So right now, when things go smoothly, they have been able to rack up a total of 11 eliminations to secure that chicken dinner.
Wow. And you know what? I was like thinking Mad Toy is the coach and Martin now is the IGL. It all comes in full circle now. I mean, if you remember their squad before, Eliminate the Murder, yeah, they were teammates in that very squad. So
true enough,
comes in full circle for the two of them. We're just lacking. I can't remember anymore the names from Eliminate the Murder, but they would be at the same team in Austria, then we might as well just say it's Eliminate the Austria.
Hey, we can make that happen, probably in the nurse season or so, but, of course, we still love the familiar faces that we do have coming from Austria Esports with Skynin, as well as NanX, as well as Yui, who didn't really manage to get any playtime today, but we can see why. Austria is definitely working very effectively with this current lineup that they're fielding, and throughout the course of this matchup inside of Erangel, we saw plenty of teams that were really having struggles by the blue zone as well, where they're just taking ample fights and really not allowed that form of spacing. But, what I also love seeing when it comes out to some of these battles is that some players like to also deny themselves when, the going gets too tough, so that you don't contribute more and more of these points to your enemies, which can easily overtake you throughout the course of the run. One instance was that fight in Lipovka where, that solo player was just dealing with a squad of 4. He managed to eliminate 1, and, he counted his numbers. He knows that he's not going to have more chance out of that, so might as well just pick yourself out.
Right. And right now with the performance actually with Exquisite Esports, This will give them a much needed booster since they had really bad plays in match 1 and match 2. Look at them now with 13 points in match number 3. Austria getting 21 points in this game. It's good to see that Elevate is still there in the first page of our match standings for match number 3 with 6. So most likely they will be still at top number 1, I guess. Just right behind maybe Ramibro or Austria. You can see PBE is still struggling right at this very moment with only 1 point. GE is there as well together with the Ramibro with 4 points and 8 points respectively. So match 3 is done, and we're gonna see more of Erangel action in match number 4.
Yeah, and of course, with such a stacked lobby out there, some of the teams here are definitely seeing some signs of struggle. Even Fearless Esports that have definitely seen better performances didn't manage to reap as many points hitting into this match, where you see them slide down into that 5th position. But Austria Esports, with that one chicken dinner, they leapfrog all the way to the top with 32 points, pushing down Elevate as well as Harame Bros. So some catching up to do for some of these squads out there, whereas even the Yangon Galacticos, you know, after that chicken dinner, they have a little bit of dip with only that 24 corners out there. But it remains to be very, very competitive all the way down into at least the top 10, whereas the rest definitely have a lot more work to prove themselves heading to these upcoming matches. So half of the matches have concluded today, Cuckoo, and we still have 3 more maps to go.
Yeah, 3 more maps to go. 1 more Erangel and then 2 Miramar maps left. I guess that some other teams are really good in Miramar, but not so good in Erangel. And I know there's a couple of teams that are actually like that. Goat Esports, one of the teams that are really good in Miramar, together with Kill Enemy. So we are going to be expecting them to really struggle right at the early stages, especially for Goat Esports. I've seen them having this type of performance even in last season. During week number 1, they really had a bad performance. Eventually, during week number 2 and week number 3, they bounced back, probably because they made those adjustments that they needed. But what I can say right now, Contra, is the adjustment that needs to be done would be for Harame Bro. They need to be much faster, much more faster to PBE, because PBE is always there first before them.
Yeah, it really feels like for these 2 matches of Erangel, they've always been up ahead, ever so the slightest, where, you know, there was that attempt coming to gatekeep from the bridges on the very first match of Erangel, and then there's the Lumber Hill, which this one was proving a tougher nut to crack, especially with a high ground, low ground fight. So that sees the rest of Harame Bros to be pushed over onto the outskirts instead. So that wasn't exactly the kind of position that Harame Bros wants to be in, but we'll have to succumb into those kind of play because of how there was just overwhelming forces around that hill area, which, you know, I think that Harame Bros did manage to pull off a very decent attempt now. Early on, as I was talking about, you know, teams that were trying to really take charge of the zone, Elevate Esports were one of them, and they managed to, you know, keep teams like Genesis Esports at bay. But it was just unfortunate that that final field circle did not pull towards that area, and their only form of cover was the couple of containers, which is what, a giant gap in a hole. So they did manage to outlast some of all these guys out there, which, you know, was just tough trading out against those who are from that high ground. But I'm glad that, you know, we're slowly wrapping up Erangel, because there's a lot more to go, as we also do have a whole lot of offers in PUBG Mobile, as we will continue that conversation. This is the Galadriel Exit that offers you the first ever advanced upgradable MG tree that's currently available in stores. You can get your first roll at 10 UC, so make sure you go for that, as it's definitely a good deal, and you might just get very lucky, as it also offers you an exclusive lobby pose, and this offer is only valid till the September the 30th. So you got probably a good month's time to claim this one, and of course wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress. That's just about enough promo, Cuckoo. We go back into all these interesting conversation that we do have throughout the course of day 1. You know, plenty of talking points already being set up for our narrative. And we can circle back to all these great names that we didn't really expect to really pop off, and they did. Elevate was one such team, and I traditionally think that Harame Bros, they just get better and better throughout the course of the game, and eventually we probably see them performing even more efficiently, hitting to Miramar to be one of their staple maps to be played out. But I think that they finally will get the better edge this time around.
Yeah, and I picked for this game is Strangers Esports. We've seen them tried their best to get that winner chicken dinner. It's just that Austria Esports got a much better position, and they were sandwiched in that final match, or in that previous match rather, between Exquisite Esports and Austria Esports. So for this match, I would pick them because, again, the firepower of Get Slow. You can add 762 and NC2, getting their winner chicken dinner of the match. And it's interesting that look at the Cambodian casters that we have here, Stalker and Krim, going for Austria. I mean, they won already, so I'm not sure if they can win again. I mean, it's a possibility, but again,
it's a huge possibility.
for the Cambodians, they are all in onto Austria. They really want to get that PMGC slot.
Yeah, and of course, them being ex-pro players, I would also, of course, put whatever chips that I do have on Austria Esports, looking at how dominant they were with that massive win, right? Like, they weren't essentially a team that has been the ones that booked the center circle. From every match that they played out so far, they're the ones that sweep by the edges. I think that it could be said the same about Genesis Esports, where Game 1 worked effectively for them in Sanhok, but for Austria Esports, there was a couple of botch attempts doing so, where, at the very least, Austria Esports, every round, they will still get decent amount of elimination points. So, of course, looking at their firepower rate, that definitely have impressed both Stalker as well as Krim, which, I managed to have the privilege to meet them back in 2018. Well, I feel like a dinosaur, sure, still spending my time in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, guys,
I'm happy.
I was just watching Contra way back in 2019. Now I'm together with him casting here on the English desk. So come in for full circle as well for for me to be able to do the casting for English. But anyways, looking at Aya Play's pick, Exquisite Esports, and I can understand why she picked Exquisite Esports. You can see the performance of Exquisite Esports in the previous match, and even before that, the two first map that we had, they were struggling. So I think that they needed those two maps in order for them to get their momentum up and running. And now that they were able to get a lot of eliminations in map number 3, then maybe next map their focus is going to be the chicken dinner. So good pick for Aya.
Yeah, I really do like that pick as well. They managed to finish off top 2, and if they did manage to apply enough pressure on Austria Esports, that could have actually been their chicken dinner as well, come to think of it. But of course, they were dealing with some shots coming from the lower side as well, which ended up with Exquisite losing many more members than they should have. So, other than that, Exquisite, they're definitely looking to be at least a lot more stable. And you know what? We might be wrong. We might not get everything correct, but you might, just by doing your own votes, by just scanning that QR code right down below where, I'm currently faced. So go ahead. You can also vote for the rising star of the tournament, as there's plenty of names for you guys to choose from. Remember, today we're playing in Group A, B, C, as well as D, so these are the only few options, even if you're a big fan of teams that are playing in Group E. So, with that being said, I believe that we will get our flight started real soon for our final Erangel map of the night, but seems like the pilot says we need to refuel, so it's going to be a Cuckoo Contra podcast for a little bit, So, when we take a look into this specific group matchup between A, B, C, as well as D, other than Elevate Esports that has been, the pop-off team of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Who else have managed to impress you that weren't exactly in your radar to begin with?
For me, one other squad that is surprising me is, I mean, they're not really yet there, but I could see the potential of Dread Esports. Dread Esports, their nades are on point. They're able to get to the right spots in the circle. It's just that so many teams are fighting for that same spot. So that's the
Yeah.
thing that they have to sustain. Whenever someone would try to get their spot, they have to make their defense much stronger compared to what they're showing right now. Maybe taking out Barney would be one good solution, because I know Barney can eliminate. If I remember correctly, there was one content that Barney posted wherein he eliminated the player. It was not yet Harami Bro that time, but he eliminated some players of previous players of Harami Bro when they
Hmm.
dropped in Pecado and Miramar. So I think Barney can provide some type of that firepower for Dread Esports, because sometimes I see some of the other players of Dread Esports, they're kind of like passive and just waiting for the play or for the other squads to come in.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to be convinced by Dread Esports as well. As you did mention, they definitely have very good priorities. I think the only thing that they really have to really work on is the timing to really dwell into some of all these team fight commitments, right? Because when we take a look at that fight in the Lumber Mill, oh boy, they were really doing some really good damages against, some players of KE. A lot of back and forths going on. There were multiple teams at the very same time, but they were kind of caught into that same predicament onto whether if they should commit longer into the battle or maybe hightail out of that situation as well. So that's where you probably want to really quickly assess, like if you really want to have a direct confrontation, then be uh, taking your sweet time to really plot things out first, because even when they do, like you gotta also send members in different directions to really take good advantage in some of all these exchanges. And we've got just about enough banter to last 4 days, but it's time for them to prove themselves once more, because our final map of Erangel will kick off in less than a minute.
Yeah, definitely. One more Erangel map left. One more amazing map left for Erangel, and we're gonna be moving on to Miramar later on. But for now, will Ostja get another one like what the KH casters are predicting right now, or will it be Strangers? Will it be Exquisite Esports, or will it be a different squad, which we haven't really talked about yet? SDE is getting closer, to be honest with you, Contra,
Mm-hmm.
with their performance. It's just that they were sandwiched right at the end. So this time around, most likely they will try to avoid that. In 10 more seconds left, our airplane will fly in to the map of Erangel. Let's see where the circle will now go. Before it went to the Georgia Pool area, and then it went to the Milta area. But now, let's see if it might go now to the one that I'm wishing for, which is in Sosnovka military base.
I think like every caster stream is to always see all these matches taking place in the islands. Like I myself am a huge fan, but to kick things off here in day one, maybe something that's a little bit more familiar to all these players would do them good to at least better prep them for the long hurdle, right? Maybe towards the very final day of the season and we get this in the finals, we'll absolutely lose our minds if it's going to be an island ending. But this trajectory looking very beautiful. A lot of all these teams will be able to journey into their favorite cities as this cuts all the way from the west point into the east, where almost every town is up for grabs. Maybe a stretch into Kameshki as well. Zarki is looking to be slightly out of bounds, but nothing too much that a vehicle can't fix. So we'll see if there's going to be any form of hot drop, but KE is taking a very different approach. Take a look at where they are. By the corners of the swamp areas, all the way towards the far western plains, as they are just jungle looting as well. Perhaps extending their way into Primos could give them plenty of loots, but they might face up against FV in the corners of Quarry.
Yeah, this is very different for Kill Enemy, as they're very close to Flash Rush and Esports. So if they get the... Ooh, look at the circle. This is totally different compared to the other two. It
Good
is
guess.
most likely gonna go onto the eastern or maybe western side of Georgia Pole, not to the previous circle where we had it right around the Watertown area. So this is gonna be probably in Gatka as well, where Fearless Esports had dropped at. So it's gonna be beneficial to them. It's gonna be interesting on how Austria will play this, because remember they drop at Sosnovka military base. So the question is, will they still go to their dropping point, or will they try to just loot around the areas where they're already dropped at? Looks like they will go to
Oh.
military base. Maybe we'll try to go for a quick loot, and then they will try to go rotate all the way to the bottom side of the circle.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a late approach. I hope that Austria will be okay in the form of their rotations because by the time that they move into the first stage, they might be bumping into perhaps exquisite esports that's currently looting over onto farm, which may actually take claim into the southern corner of Gatka eventually. Or maybe even Fair Peer. We won't know until we find out later on. But speaking of which, we had this conversation about PBE as well as some of the members of Harame Bros playing Rozak as well as Pachiki, a little bit more of that central control. But this form of a circle does allow maybe a little bit more of a head start for the side of Harame Bros because of how close of the proximity for them to take claims heading into maybe if they want to claim the outskirts of ruins, they could. If they want to take a deeper corner of Gatka, or even some of all the choke points that we'll see plenty of traffic going through, Harame Bros, all they have to do, be quick on those loots, find their vehicles, and they should be having a decent game to start at the very least. So I think eventually we'll just see perhaps some battles across that Gatka mountain, or maybe a lot more through the farms of Gatka in general. But for KE, when will they participate? Because they start off with that leverage of that first phase, but they're by the very edge of that swamp area as well as the shoreline. So I'm not too certain if they're going to get too much, but to play the end game, it's looking good for KE.
Yeah, definitely. It's much easier of a rotation as well, especially that they're right at the circle already. I mean, they just went down to pre-marks so that they can loot a little bit more, but eventually they have a player already inside the zone. So for KE, they will have a lot of information available. But for the others, like Austria Esports, yes, you are right with a little bit of late rotation. I've seen how they played this before. I mean, I think they won that match as well. So let's see if the late rotation will happen for Austria Esports. Most likely, they will occupy the southern side, so they will have to eliminate every single team that'll be occupying that southern side of the circle. So for now,
Mm-hmm.
for the others, the GE already rotated from Rozak, and this is what you've said. Watertown will be the next area for them to actually go into. Oh, someone is actually riding a bike.
Oh,
You
okay.
saw that?
Yeah, a rare sign, but of course, there's still a little bit of a privilege to do so here in stage one where everyone's busy looting. If you're in the middle of Gaka with that bike, I'll be absolutely concerned for these members. But,
Oh no.
for the very least, speaking of, casualties, we see Jappy now falling to the hands of a member of YG. It's WTZ that tries to take the first claim, but it's still going to be a couple of members of Harame Bros that tries to go in for challenge, but they turn all the way back, knowing that that area of play has been claimed by Yangon Galacticos.
And it's surprising to see Gatka is very open. The big compound of Gatka, and you can also see now PBE again, almost the same rotation as what Harame Bro is doing, but this time around, Harame Bro was way quicker compared to Playbook Esports, and now it looks like they're gonna go ahead and engage with Yangon Galacticos, who is always right at the mountains of Gatka. Right now, let's see if Michi can get the headshot onto Say Cloud, but I'm not really so sure if YG will commit this one.
They will send a nade to just signal some alarm bells over the side of PBE, but PBE somewhat kind of matched the tempo of the members of Harame Bros as well. Just very different directions as well as approach that they're taking, trying to challenge the top of Mount Gatka against the rest of YG, perhaps to try to avenge a fallen Filipino member on the other squad instead. But of course, they're here to take their own claims instead of course, assisting the rest of Harame Bros. So, for now, Cloud is the front line of defense, and now chipping away the health bars of Ryman already. This is going to be tough work, as we do know that there's not going to be any form of loots available up over the mountain, so they will have to be wary of the resources. There's not too many bullets in the chamber for the side of St. Cloud, so he's got to be on the reserves to not blow every single bullet against PBE.
And you can see the patience here coming from YG. There's another player who's just right below him, so looks like the players of YG has split it up. It's gonna be a long battle for these two, especially knowing that PBE is one of those top tier teams, smart with their gameplay, smart with their decision. Same goes to Yangon Galacticos, so they will not just easily commit to whatever team they will be up against with. But eventually, for the others, this is what we have talked about earlier with KE. They will have the circle right away, so they will get a lot of information earlier on. Now they see Flash Vision Esports, who looted up around Quarry area, who already rotated all the way to the houses right on the shorelines of the western side part of the map. And Zero right now is just looking at them from this area, and this is how late it is now for Hostja. Look at them, right in the blue zone. And again, expect them to just go onto the southern side of the circle here.
Yeah, for a team like Austria Esports, they love swooping by the edges. I guess like there's two ways to play things out, right? With those that tend to go directly in the middle to seek out of all the intel. The advantages of playing by the edges is that when you do get a team to challenge, like all you have to worry about is that team right in front of you, and you know that everywhere over the back is going to be pretty much cleared up, so you can just play it pretty safely and just focus on to all these targets, which is what Austria Esports love to do. Where they won those battles, they will just absolutely commit on that full brawl if they can. But seems like nothing's in sight for the side of Austria Esports. Hot of a win, this time having perhaps a slower start. It's not going to be all too worrisome for them, unless if they go into the direct middle from here on into the midst of Gatka, which, you brought up a fair point. Not many teams are actually claiming the direct center of Gatka with plenty of compounds still left available, but things might change in a moment's time where teams will be forced to rotate in just about 2 more minutes from now. So let's see what the decision is for the side of FE, as they have been stalked by that member of I can't recall that name. There was that one player out there through the hills, but we'll get back to that.
Yep.
And even some already knocked outside of play zone. Some of these guys are really going in very, very late.
And there's some off-cam knockdowns as well on the feed. Not so sure what's happening with Flash Vision Esports, but looks like it's a long-distance knockdown for the side of Flash Vision. They need to be careful. They're in a compound, so they better just stay inside and not really peek at the windows as Yangon Galacticos gets closer to them. Again, the focus for the other squads right now is to get into a position here inside a circle. There's a lot of ridges. There's a lot of mountains and buildings that they can actually go into this type of circle, though. So it'll be a long game for match number 4 for us, Contra. For now, it's still stage number 2, and just waiting for the circle to close in. We still have 46 seconds left before we go on to the next stage. You can see Fearless Esports now. Just right nearby another squad. So nothing happening yet. But most likely after this, on stage number 3, there will be, because the circle will update again, and most likely the other squads will update their positions inside the zone.
Yeah, and stage 4 being one of the most dangerous as well, especially with such a vast field of play at the moment. They still have the leverage to try to drive through whatever bullets set their way, as Elevate's the one getting chipped off slowly but steadily. Gets low, might lose a tire right here if he's not careful enough. The rest of STE find themselves a compound to work with, and just take a look at the flock of the crowd as they are now being forced to play onto the far western corner of the map. This is where Elevate Esports could really thrive if they do secure themselves a compound. But over the north, all the way to the south, things are looking to be pretty heated up. Oh, Master Rakes don't stand a chance against Kaler, but it was way too close for comfort, as Claire just tries his best to heal up. the rest of FB did not decide to instantly push, but here comes Coca-Cola, now charging right through. FB hoping to get a little bit more of that space before trading right back. XA11 also finding one in the form of the members of GOT7, whereas names are just popping up through the feed as we will focus on this battle between Elevate versus Flash Vision.
When Coca-Cola gets damaged there, needs to be careful. We'll have to heal up first. Has will put up some mollies just to delay things up for Elevate Esports. Scotty is on a really good position right now. Just right outside this compound, using the ridge as cover. Nathan now cooking up a nade. 2 more seconds left. Pushing in is Haas. He cancels out the nade. Now Nathan goes out, knocks down Haas. Nice play there coming from Nathan. Now Coca-Cola gets knocked down. At the same time, Claire, who goes down. This is now Scotty who needs to go for the help out. All because of that 2 knockdowns from Elevate Esports. Now Scotty takes out his shotgun. Ooh, the micro Uzi bursts to his body. Goes him down and knocks him down one more time. Nathan, who's left for Elevate Esports? I think it's only just Claire who is alive and left standing on the opposite side of this compound. Coca-Cola doesn't have any choice now just to provide more information. And now this is going to be PPE who finishes Flash Vision Esports out of this game.
What a cheeky angle coming from inside of Ryman, but he had to spoil the party. It could have just been a parade for the side of Flash Vision to really pull off a sick clutch, but here goes YG versus RTC. Goes in for a double pump, but it's not enough. That bot with the DBS secures it up against Yangon Galacticos. And it really seemed like the teams that have secured a chicken dinner have at least fallen out throughout the course of all these battles here inside of Erangel. Meanwhile, GOT7 will charge right in to challenge a weakened side. It seems like the rest of GOT7 will seek out one after another. GE falls true, and GE so far hasn't really had a great time at all. But GOT7, they gotta continue on their journey because the blue zone is slowly melting down their health bars. While Harami Bros also moves right in, this time taking on the weakened side of RTC, making it easy with that detonation to secure pretty much these 2 pointers for the Filipino team.
And nice pickup there coming from Harami Bro. Able to get that compound where RTC Esports is currently at. But the thing is, it's not inside the zone, so they have to rotate all the way to the inside. But then again, GOAT versus STE. Evil is currently down. And now Yaiko will try to go for the finish, but then again, gets slow, tries to go for that suppressing fire from long distance. Oh, the nade almost gets Yaiko down. So he has to back out. He has to cook up his nade of his own. NC2 now goes for the heal up for Lucy. Lucy will go for the revive here. Now Yaiko will have to continue on so that they can put more pressure onto STE now with the nade coming into the side of STE. Gets the knockdown now. Gets slow, tries to get more information. Lilyatka will try to go for the spray down, but that is it. Just too much for Lilyatka.
Yeah, they're not really having a great terrain to work with as well, where there's just plenty of open spacing, and they have to take a dry peek out in the open against the rest of a very well-stacked STE. As STE have been able to claim all of their members out there. They've lost Evil earlier in the process, but, you know, the dust have finally settled, my friend. Cuckoo, out in the blink of an eye. I think in this stage 4, we've already lost, like, at least 5 teams in general. And now the battle continues on. KE at least have some spacing up against the rest of Elevate Esports. But to move up against them is going to be a tough ordeal to get right into the circle where they're going to be in the proximity of the nades. And look at that, a firm distance between one compound to the other, so it won't be efficiently a push with them walking on foot. They need those vehicles to just get right through. Meanwhile, Rick finds one against Jipna of Dread Esports. I wonder what's really happening on the other corner of the map.
Looks like Harami Bro is gatekeeping Dread Esports. Remember, Harami Bro just got into the eastern side of the map, and then you can see now GOT7 pretty hot right now. They were able to eliminate a top-tier team like Genesis Esports. This is not the GOT7 that we know of from last season. Now spraying it off. Edward strays off onto the side of kill enemy. Good thing they were able to dodge those bullets. But KE now does have more information where God of Death 7 is in. And now they have to pop up some smokes. This is where the circle is currently at as well, so they have no choice but to just pick this position. But eventually they will have to get out of this, because SDE is also spraying away from a different angle.
Yeah, and utilizing all these smokes so early on, I'm not too sure if they would be able to make the cut into the late game. Once it all depletes, they're just going to be left out there to be slowly picked up by the side of SDE, as they're already working on chipping them through the smoke as well. So that position, very, very risky for the side of kill enemy. But they make do of what they could at the moment, as this is going to be the direct center. But keep in mind that the very final zone, most often than not, will not include water throughout the course of the battle. So it will still be GOT7 smack dab in the middle of it all. Bros are over on this south side. They do have some open areas to play out, but it's just a flat paddy field that they have to go through, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be absolutely dangerous. But SDE, they're receiving heavy fire coming from PBE as they match a spot, what I do believe to be Get Slow, and that is a clean headshot that Michi has been able to do with a spray down. Lucy does trade right back though, so it at least goes 1 for 1. It's NC2 against Carillo. Somehow even through the smoke, some of all these bullets did connect. Nate now to be charged right in. This might actually find the rest of KE if they're not capping up. It does land onto D2K.
And KE now getting bombed by STE. Another nade coming from KE this time around. And then from MC2. MC2. Oh, nades them both. Carillo will be the only man left standing and crawling, as NC2 now doesn't have any more nades left, but he can go for the push now, as he was able to get the... Oh, but then again, Carillo surprised him as Strangers Esports gets eliminated this time around. And my prediction, won't win this time, but then again, here comes Elevate. Elevate now pushing in. Martin gets Coca-Cola up close and personal, but then again, the man advantage of Ostja. They will be able to survive this, but look at what happened. Martin and Nang X with the push of Elevate, they're now down to 2.
Yeah, there's just immense pressure coming in from the south side with all these teams hoping to claim that compound. And now, speaking of which, Harame Bro also wants a piece of the pie. Big nades now sent right in. It's a great Red Bull that will take the rooftop, so this is going to be a little bit dangerous for the rest of the members of Harame Bros that have just moved right in. They will take the outer end of the compound, with only Federales taking charge right down below. He's squeezing it through the window. What on earth was that, Red Bull? Built for work, but there is also another one being sent in from the side of Rig. The ex-member of T2K trying to hold firm to whatever is possible for Harame Bros to stay afloat. A 2 versus 2 at the moment, with no chance of reviving Federales until they conclude this battle. Scotty now on the push as well, and Red Bull goes in to finish off Federales to make it pretty much even. Plenty of resources now being utilized, and Rick now finally takes a little bit of a peek. They're gonna work in tandem though. Hugging by the corners there. One shot coming in from the side of Skynet, but it's not going to be all too clear cut. This is a very tense battle between the two squads, vying to be on top of the podium, but then they connect, and it does send them pretty low. It's only down to Rick. Can he salvage this moment? He gets the knock. Can he get another? The exchange favors Red Bull, and Ostja remains supreme in the scuffle.
That was a close one between Ostja and Harame Bro. It just all came down to that nade that Ostja Esports threw in towards Harame Bro, and they were able to survive that. A 2v3 clutch for Ostja Esports. Now, the focus will be on PBE now versus God7. But they also need to be careful, because there's still Fearless Esports was right on a different compound, right on the eastern side of the map. So they don't really have to be aggressive for now. They just have to probably wait for the next stage to be done. Which is, we still do have 20 seconds left before we close in the blue. Most likely by stage 7, we might see some action But for this time around, it's gonna be the what we call the calm before the storm, Contra.
Yeah, and for GOT7, they've been on this spine of the hill for the longest of time, really gatekeeping every team from moving into this far west. There's just no name for this place. We still call it, West Gatka, perhaps, where, it hasn't been the easiest, where these teams were forced into all these alternate directions, either over north or even south, where there are possibilities of them to seek some cover through whichever housing estate that there is. And GOT7, they still have all 4 members intact. This could very well be their chicken dinner if they play their cards right. But if they're not careful enough, they can also be swarmed in multiple directions, but they're already taking on KE. We saw KE clutching up that fight early on against what we do believe to be STE. And, that was definitely one for the highlight reels later on. But right now, I'm not too sure if all these other teams will be fancying to make drastic measures, so it's gonna be, like we said, calm before the storm. Just waiting for the circle to shrink before they make the next best course of action.
That was a nice shot, just a peak shot coming from Ranzer with that UMP from afar. You don't usually see that on a 4-time scope. But then again, that player who got knocked down will most likely get revived because Fearless won't be able to go for the push right away. They're going to be stuck at this compound for the very least. Just a minute left before the circle closes. Oh, but looks like Monboy was able to steal the kill there from Ranzer. So good job from Monboy of PBE. But for now, it's going to be just a standoff between the 5 remaining teams. Oh, there we go. Michi just spotting now, kill enemy. Doesn't have really much of any cover right around the beach area. So it's going to be down to only just Carillo or Davan who will be left for KE. And again, just hoping and praying. I think he is right now. Hoping and praying that the circle will go towards him.
Very tough luck though. He's just by the edge. I don't think there's any form of a chance that the circle does close behind, but he does fancy a pickoff, but that opens up a little bit more room for the rest of PBE to secure the deal, but it's going to be Skyline that stashes it away. That's from the south side. Wow, sharp eyes, and it really seems like, for most part, this battle really is being dictated between both GOT7 as well as PBE. Ryman tries to go by the edge just to try to find any form of a pickoff. They did manage to, of course, spot one, but of course, Ryman got knocked down, and they have to make their journey back in safely, which they still have, 2 members holding on to that area of play. But for GOT7, they're all clumped up into a tiny corner on the lower grounds instead. PBE is coming in very closely. This is going to be within that grenade range, but I don't think they spotted them just yet. Or they do have some slight tinge of an idea, but they're not going to be overcommitting. Michi's only got 1 frag grenade left as well as 1 smoke. You see how tough it has been throughout this western side of Gatka, where all these smokes have already been deployed very early on. So PBE, I want to see how will they work this one out, because they're the ones healthiest in this battle.
Yeah, definitely. With 4 members strong, still alive for them. GOT7, though, I think they're going to be dodging the sandwich here. All because of Ostja's decision to be on the southern side of the circle. So Ostja will, probably just stay and wait for the others to fight. And then they could go for a third party between all these 3 teams, between Fearless, GOT7, and PBE. But for PBE, they must make a decision now. They must go for the push now on towards GOT7. Or else they're going to be open. Look at the hill that they're at right now. Oh, there we go. That's the initiation coming from Michi, who gets the knockdown. That's going to be Edward who goes down. Michi goes for the second. Can he go for the third? He's actually looking at Austria Esports right now. Amura just pretending to be a bush right now. Not moving any muscle. But again, the nades are coming in. Oh no, and the nades just in front of him. He will die in the process. Eventually he will explode right in front of him, and God of Death 7, or Glory of Dragon 7, is now out of the game.
Oh boy, I thought that plan could have worked out until the nades come flying in. PB is just so much more efficient when it comes down to taking on that battle, and it was unfortunate that GOT7, they were just in the midst of that low ground without much of a protection. They were hoping to at least get some cover off of some of all these vehicles that they do have, but PB has got that vantage point. They could see almost everything out there, and Asia Esports just playing by the edge of it. And the circle does not favor Asia Esports. This is not going to cut it. Oh boy, they're in the world of hurt, I do believe. Some of the vehicles have already been blown to bits, so it's only down to the buggy, which will still leave them very vulnerable. But that one tap, though! Oh god, what was that?
Wow. Just a quick stand-up for Red Bull. And you can see how hot Red Bull is right now. With 5 eliminations already, 7 total for the squad. And now Fearless is now moving in closer. They do have the circle, to be honest with you. Look at them. They have the circle here with, I think, a player just still right inside the building or the house. And now Popov now tries to go closer to PBE, just scouting the area. And now spots Raymond. And by the way, Red Bull goes down as actually while Ranzer was able to spot him. Now it's going to be only just Skynin, the golden boy of Cambodia, just hiding behind that smoke together with his buggy. Red Bull will be confirmed by Ranzer. Now it's going to be up to Fearless. Ooh, as Popov gets spotted by Ryman, will get S12K in the face. Popov will also get eliminated, and now it's going to be down to only 2 players remaining for Fearless Esports and 1 for Austria Esports.
Gerald trying his best to actually catch Skynet, but he's walking towards the grenade as well. He has to be quick on his feet, but he will eventually succumb to that huge grenade being dropped right in. And now it's between PBE as well as Fearless Esports. You know, Fearless Esports, despite taking that North Point, they've been relatively passive for the longest part until Popov goes poking and prodding, and eventually a bit way more than he could actually chew. The rest of PBU was just ever ready to take on any form of pressure, and from that point of view, they've already been able to really just seek out every possible angles that there is. That with the blue zone also shrinking right in, I don't think that Ranzer has many spaces for him to play with, so that's going to be a last-ditch effort as the win will be secured by PBE with a massive 13-pointer to close off the final match of Erangel.
And PBE gets their winner chicken dinner on their way. As we ended the last Erangel map for today, we're still going to have 2 more matches left, though, with 2 Miramar's map left. But eventually, for the others, this is their time maybe to shine, because there's some teams really good in other maps, not in Erangel, but in Miramar. And I could say that Kill Enemy would be right on there together with Goat Esports. I could also say Genesis Esports is also pretty good in the map of Miramar. We can also add up Harame Bro. Sometimes they can pop off here in this map. But anyways, for Playbook Esports, this is the first time they actually lost in the rotation war between them and Harame Bro. And this is the time that they actually won, right?
True enough, and you know, they basically wrap around that Mount Gatka section, so it wasn't exactly them going for the direct challenge against Harame in specific. They were trying to really seek out a lot of all these areas play where they can get the bird's eye view of all the area that's possible. But all these warfare happened in all these outskirts of the compound where teams were trying to make claim of their own, where we saw at least 7 battles at the very least, where, you know, it was just huge pressure being put upon even Harame Bros themselves going up against all the other teams out there. But Austria Esports managed to at least pull off quite the hurdle coming in from the south side, whereas KE, they took a very different stance, hugging by the shore and still make it into at least a top 5-6 finish heading into this matchup. But they didn't really have that many of the space to eventually pull back into the circle, where we saw GOT7 as well as PPE, they were dictating who really gets to even get anywhere close to where the center is.
And the MVP of this matchup is going to be Red Bull, and we saw this man from last season is just continuing the onslaught here. It started match number 3 and then it continued now onto match number 4. The question is, will he continue in the 2 Miramar maps That's going to be a thing that can be answered for later on. But for PBE, this is good for them that they were able to get 13 eliminations on top of the winner chicken dinner. So that's a total of 23 total points if you total it off for this match only. So that's a good bounce back matchup for the side of Playbook Esports. But for the side of God7, this is so surprising for me, Contra, because normally we see God7 on the bottom side of the rankings and not able to eliminate the top tier teams like Genesis Esports. But in this match, they were able to annihilate Genesis Esports.
Yeah, and for those that they didn't manage to eliminate as well, they pushed these teams towards those directions to try to contest with other squads. So they were just really holding on to some open area play for the longest time available. But PBE, this round, absolutely massive for them. Like you said, this is their recovery, that bounce back. With this 13-pointer out there, they are definitely in the race, running up against the top dogs right now. And take a look at those damage. 1,913 to be specific, whereas they might have actually even gotten even more out of from their position on top of getting those knockouts. They have been actively trading against squads, starting off with, challenges up ahead with Yangon Galacticos from Mount Gatka, heading even to downhill, and they just continue to pile on the pressure, rally on board. Whereas, you take a look at the other squad that did manage to survive to the very end, Fearless Esports, they didn't have that same level of firepower that PBE had.
Right, and I almost thought that Michi will also get the MVP for the match, because you can see how good he really is when he was able to knock down consecutively two players from God7 when they were able to push God7, and they were able to protect themselves from the suppressing fire from Austria Esports when they were pushing God7. So with Michi able to activate himself, and with Monboy starting it off with those, I think there were like a couple of KSs that they were able to get from the knockdowns from the other squad. So it's good to see PBE back on board here in the fourth match of this day. And like what we said, there's still 2 matches left for today, and there's 2 Miramar map matches left. And this is the time for the others who struggled in Sanhok, who struggled in Erangel, to pop off. And look at now the match standings. PBE, like I said earlier, 23 points is what they got, and it's good to see that Austria is very consistent. I almost thought that they can actually win this match, so it's good to see that the KH commentators were like really going all in for Austria Esports, and same goes to Harami Bro. So even though that they got eliminated there between the rivalry between them and Austria, they still got 6 points.
Yeah, and the one that lost out in this matchup is Genesis Esports. They didn't manage to even squeeze a single point at all, where they were just overwhelmed upon arrival, where they were trying to contest for a spot over onto the Western playing fields as well. And at least for the rest of the pack, there was an average of at least 3 to 5 elimination points at the very least. So this is still a very staple round for most part. But when we add all the points together, let's see where has PBE leapfrogged up to. A 4th position with 31 points. That is astounding record just within the span of a round. So they are definitely going to be giving good chase towards Austria, where Austria is currently sitting at the top. So Stalker as well as Krim, they're going to be absolutely happy about this.
Yeah, most definitely. And for Elevate Esports, this is the game that I'm expecting them to really have much lower energy compared to the first 3 matches. I think their time has come, and maybe they can try to bounce back in Miramar, because it's a much different map. But I think this is where the chemistry would come in for Elevate Esports. But then again, I'm just saying what I'm observing, but prove me right, Elevate Esports. Let's see if you can still handle the bigger map, which is Miramar. But for now, we're going to be right back at the English desk. Here with me is Contra, and this is yours truly, Kuku TV. We're done with 4 matches now, Contra, so we're just waiting for the last 2 maps of the day. I know that there was like an issue with the PH broadcast, so you are welcome here with the English broadcast here with Contra and Cuckoo TV. But for now, I'm not really sure if Harame Bro now will have the same rotation as PBE, because again, this is a much different map. You would
Mhm.
totally expect them to have slightly the same with the others, but this time around, I think Harame Bro would have their own rotation without anyone in their way.
Yeah, and this goes back into the conversation whether if there's going to be any form of a hot drops or not at all, because I believe these teams might have actually had some practice scrims to establish perhaps some of all their dominant area of play. So we shall see, because we always do love some battles happening around places like Minas Generalis. Picado's a little bit rare, but it's still very possible. And also, my eyes are on areas like St. Martin as well as Hacienda. These central locations will definitely be important, but we'll go on a break and we'll come back with matches in Miramar.
And welcome back here to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2024. We are done with 4 matches for today. We're still left with 2 more matches, much bigger than Erangel. 2 Miramar maps left. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with Contra. And Contra, now that we're done with Erangel, are you going to be expecting a much different type of gameplay, and are you expecting a different type of team winning this time around?
Yeah, so far, heading into some of these matches in Miramar, we'll definitely see the shift of pace as compared to what has went on into Erangel, where we get a little bit mixed bag of, those early engagements as well as, that heavy mid-game rotation. I guess that when it comes down to Miramar, there's plenty of spacing to play out from, especially for them to really weather down all these difficult terrain to play. So I'm pretty sure that for those who have definitely found that rhythm inside of Erangel, they'll still find difficulties in some of the journey heading into that. But for you guys who have been on board with us through this journey in the PMCL, we currently do have this offering in the PUBG Mobile client where you can get your hands on the brand new Galadriel X-Suit, which also does offer you the first ever advanced upgradable MG3 that's currently available. So you will also get to unlock an exclusive lobby post with the Galadriel X-Suit. So you can wreak havoc with the Sky Hunters. The first draw is only at 10 UC, ladies and gents, so make sure you grab it before the offer runs out by the end of September. So plenty of time, no excuse for you guys. You can top up your UCs any given moment. Now, we have our prediction once more. Now, I'm going to switch things off a little bit because SD, they've been really trying to find a form of a tempo of play. And I think that what better way than to find that tempo here inside of Miramar, because of how you could still go in for some really huge setups from the early game heading into the end game. But of course, it's tough to tell, but heading into your pick, it's going to be Kill Enemy. So that's pretty interesting.
Yep, I picked Kill Enemy. I've been saying this ever since the beginning of this day. We're in Kill Enemy is a team wherein they are good in maps like Miramar. So I would expect them. They were previously known as Myth Clan, and if you remember Myth Clan from the previous season, this is where they are able to get points in these 2 maps of Miramar. So that's why I'm picking them. I get what you picked, which is STE, because they have the 2 Thai players. And if you remember Thai players playing in Miramar, they're one hell of a really good player playing in Miramar. So I would definitely pick them if I won't pick KE. But for the others, look at the others: Vince G, Sammy, and Zan going for Harami Bro. I actually first picked Harami Bro because I know that there will be like at least one Miramar map wherein Harami Bro would be good at. But I'm probably picking them on the last map, and then I'll pick KE for now.
And I think that it's a pretty good shout coming in from all the other casters as well. When we take a look at, Harami Bros, they do have decent win ratios back in the past as well. Maybe not as many as compared to your Erangel or so. Of course, you guys can also prove us wrong with your own prediction by just scanning that QR code, and you can also vote for who will be the rising star for the course of the tournament, or should I say, even just for today, who will be the player to be able to take that MVP title. So with that being said, of course, we got less than a minute here to really discuss, and you did mention, Thai players, they're really, really good in Miramar, but also when we take a look into teams like Genesis Esports, now I go towards Crim's prediction as well, because Genesis Esports, they used to rule this map back in the past, but today they have not looked all too great. Is this where they bounce back? We shall see later on.
Well, it's probably because of the adjustments for GE, especially that they have a brand new player coming in, which is Flash, previously from Hail Esports. So I think that adjustment is done already during the Erangel maps, and now it is. For me, it's much easier to play in Miramar, to be honest with you. On a personal level, it's much easier to play in Miramar. But let's see and find out. We're going to be moving in and flying into Miramar. Let's see where the flight path would come in, as we now see Chumasera, one of the OG dropping points of Blacklist International. you can also see Arame Bro will be going to their will going be going back to their usual spot in Picado. Remember from PMWC,
Mhm.
Harame Bro didn't really drop at Picado, so this is their comfort zone now.
Yeah, going back to that discussion as well, I thought that, going into the internationals play style, they might have actually played to their strength as well. But, with them dealing with the unfamiliar of some of the top global teams out there, definitely there was pressure out there, but this is back at home where they definitely feel super confident to really dictate on how they will rotate across the map, where Picado has always been the prime spot for teams to actually make claims if you're going to go for any form of a ranked game matchup or just a classic lobby. Like, it's for very good reasons, because in a vast map like this, even if there's going to be a skewer of that very first stage, you could still make great passage into wherever that could be, north, south, east, west. So taking a good look into all these areas of play, Los Leones looks to be cluttered up with RTC, GOT7, and another squad, which I will have to take a closer look later on. Meanwhile, Puerto Paraiso will have two teams available. Elevate is definitely up for a challenge right over onto the southeast. So I guess they have not really settled this dispute through whatever numbers of screams there is. And true to my prediction as well to Miramar,
Oh,
there's
look!
also two squats in there, and here goes shots in the air connecting towards MM. He's got to be careful, and he's got no loots whatsoever as they try to secure a vehicle. And no R7, he's already called dips for it, so he's gonna go for the chase. MM, where can he go though? He's got a shack, maybe he might be able to find a weapon.
Yeah, doesn't have any weapons yet for Exquisite Esports, nor already has the AKM. MM just on a small shack though, so I'm not sure if he already got a weapon. So that's why Nor is just buying some time here. Maybe he's just waiting for his teammates to be closer to him. But look at the support coming from Exquisite Esports. Lufa going for the save for MM, and he will pick up MM. But the problem is they will get sprayed down by Nor. Nor unfortunately only has an iron sight. I mean, this is the best sight for an AKM. But again, this is just early, so Nor won't be able to get the drop, won't be able to get the kill as well. And one more thing, just a quick trivia for the viewers. This is the only player from Laos, Nor. Out of
Wow.
all of the players from this region, he's the only one from Laos.
Yeah, we absolutely do welcome him on board, though. I kind of wish that we actually get a full team of Lao representatives to be able to play in the PMCL in the future, and perhaps this is the start of their uprising as well. So we shall see. Edward Cutie does get a catch, and it seems like we have a lot of all these scores to settle throughout some of the major regions, and this is slightly off tangent to actually see two teams here over on the course of Puerto Paraiso. Scotty being very careful. He has already dished out plenty of damage towards 1sec. I believe this to be the first game of 1sec to be involved.
Oh
Of
yeah,
course, we see plenty of him when it comes down to past seasons, but great to actually see a change of pace because, changes of map, certain teams, they got tired of the first four maps already. So now, fresh pair of hands joined to the field.
and Scotty throws in a random nade. I would say to my team, if I'm the coach, just don't throw a nade if you're not sure about it, because sometimes it'll save you from getting fragged out by another squad. I mean, you can keep that nade for later on, right?
True enough. And of course, it
Oh,
could also work in varying circumstances as well. And I believe that Astro probably wanted to set that smoke up for a very different approach as well to provide himself with a little bit more comfort up against the rest of Elevate, who's currently taking pretty much slightly a higher ground in essence. But as long as they work in tandem, they could still overwhelm the members of Elevate Esports, which barely has sufficient loot. I mean, a Thompson is good enough, but for an extended trade without any form of sight, as well as all these other essentials, I don't think that they even have like Vestas yet. Look at Scotty, is he's pretty much emptied out in terms of other form of utilities. So they will still have to scavenge around for some of these resources. But so long as there is all these members still lurking around the corners of Porto Party, so it's not going to be all too easy. Austria having the better end of it, though, as they are taking the majority of Monte Nivo. But coast is clear. Austria Esports so far on really good momentum. You know, it's been an uphill trajectory throughout the course of Austria's run so far, heading into this battle here inside Miramar. And now, you know, you add with those members from Thailand that have absolutely loved their Miramar battles, like, they will know exactly what to do throughout the course of the match.
Right. And you know what? I remember that nightmare from Austria, wherein they played the very last Miramar map last season, and they needed like 2 points to be able to beat Harame Bro to get the spot in PMWC. But unfortunately, someone like another team hot dropped with them, which is Enigma MSI. That was a nightmare for Austria Esports, and I hope that they learned already from that mistake, wherein they don't really have to engage very early in Miramar. And right now, Elevate Esports looks like they will have to back out. Fearless Esports has much more loot compared to them. Splash damage onto Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola needs now to put up some smoke. Support must be set from Claire from above, but looks like he will go down, and Claire won't be able to save his teammate this time around, as Elevate Esports is now down to only one, as Claire will have to back out. And looks like Fearless Esports, they know they will have to chase Claire. Claire have to run and hide from Fearless Esports, and this is gonna be bad for Elevate Esports. After all of those 4 matches, good strong matches, eventually they might end up as the first team to be eliminated in match number 5.
Yeah, as we did touch on, you know, the change of tempo moving into Miramar, and, you know, don't really expect all too much moving into this battle where you had to share the city with the rest of Fearless Esports, and they didn't manage to get good loot out of some of all these compounds that they were holding. Claire now left out, just hiding inside the container. Perhaps he might just be able to be good for a trade, and maybe nothing more other than that. So let's see if things would still turn out for the better for the sole member of Elevate Esports. But, you know, Fearless, they definitely are just hunting all around, and he could be too far off. Ransler has lost track, but he's not really checking the containers just yet. So that's good news for Claire for the moment.
Yeah, I think he almost spots Claire there. Claire was like trying to peek inside that container. But then again, if Ranzer and the gang of Fearless Esports would have to leave him, eventually Claire would have to have a lot of meds, because the blue zone will have to eat him up. Then again, Rig spots 2 players of God of that 7. They're out in the open. He can actually go for the spray now, but it's not opting in. And there we go. At the last moment, not at the right time, was able to deal some damage, but eventually Edward will be able to get some cover. Now the grenades are going to be coming in. Ooh, eventually Edward almost getting taken down by Rig. And now Rig, not really sure what he's doing right now, but again, he was already spotted by God 7. So this means that he might get taken down here with all 4 members right on him.
Yeah, he's slowly getting overwhelmed. The backup has to be quick. Harame Bros, what's going to be their call right now? As we do see MH pushing through. That nade from up top does find Rick eventually, and this is where the cleanup crew will just try to push right through. God 7, hot out of the previous match, they were within the top 3 ratio, and now challenging the rest of Harame Bros, dropping another one towards the side of Jappy, but this time with Edward Cutie just taking a swift peek. They were on the lower ridge instead, so they won't be able to seek them out just yet, but the nades should be good enough. Still trying to seek out against Rig, and Jappy now providing just about enough assistance, getting them back on track for this all-out warfare in the early game. Yakan on the other side of the field finds Evil, though. But there is a perfect shot coming from Edward Cutie. He tries to turn his back, but it will eventually be clipped. 1-for-1 for the moment. Just look at how many utilities have been pretty much primed out there, and Federal is coming in a little bit late, taking too much damage, forced to retreat, and VN carry clips him to the tail end of it. He's got a UMP ready to blow, and he finds Rick as well.
Oh,
What a
Japanese.
cleanup, and here we go. That spray, beautifully done, and only one member left, and Harame Bros, they're absolutely obliterated.
Oh my goodness. God 7 is on a different level right now, Contra. First, they eliminated GE in the previous match. Now they eliminated Harame Bro. My goodness. Now you can see PBE dropping Flash Vision Esports in the kill feed. So this is a different God 7 is what we're looking at right now, Contra.
Yeah, although, we've seen in the past couple of seasons, they haven't shown this side of ferocity for a long moment, especially in the early game. They're typically the ones that play standard type of PUBG Mobile, trying to find good alternatives into the circle. But no, these guys, they're just going out for those all-out trades, and so far, looking almost invincible in these early trades.
Well, for now, we're done with the Rame Bro. There's always going to be one bad Miramar map for Rame Bro, and that's already set. So most likely on match number 6 they will bounce back. But for the meantime, PBE is tanking the blue zone right now. You don't usually see PBE doing this because if you remember from Erangel, they're always right at smack at the middle of the circle. So again, different approach right now is what we're looking at with PBE. It looks like they're just focusing on Flash Vision Esports. For the meantime, you can see Dread Jibna goes down, Master Rix goes down as well, and will be confirmed by Ryman. So for Flash Vision Esports, there's only one more player left for them, and looks like he bailed out from the scene already.
Yeah, this is too tough a battle to take up against PBE as well. But good shots coming from afar, as they don't really have to waste any more time with any form of chase. They will continue to follow suit into regrouping later on and just seek out for a good position into the zone where, stage 3 is going to start to hurt right now. Claire finally gets that vehicle, but I don't think he's going to be safe. He got to make a couple of pit stops. He's only got 2 first aid kit, and oh boy, he's got to pump the brakes right now just to heal up. But for now, Nangx does manage to find a member of Yangon Galacticos as more of all these battles taking place in the city of Picado. What on earth is going on? There's like 4 teams here in the city. Is this the direct center of where it's going to be at?
Well, I'm not really sure. Hopefully we could see the map. But this is Picado Wars, is what we call it in the Philippines. Picado Wars is happening right now. STE, I think there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 7 teams inside Picado? What is happening, Contra?
This must be part of the central area of play, if you ask me, because it's only stage 3. It wouldn't make sense for so many teams to be just battling inside the city, and where YG is currently holding out is one of my favorite part of Picado. If you climb up into the office building, you could just get that 360 view, but it's definitely going to be a little bit of risk, where currently STE is also trying to trade back, get slow once again, trying to pry things open. There's even Dread Esports by the corner of the motel. So nowhere is safe in the city.
No one's really safe. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams, to be very specific, as STE is right there at the red houses or the red hotels. And then we have Austria Esports at the stadium. And then there's RTC right at the northern side with the yellow on the minimap. There's just a lot of teams just jump packed in Picado as MM gets the knockdown onto Astro X. Now we have here Edward, who tries luck against Playbook Esports. One of the surprising teams as well. So we could probably say that it is Elevate and God7 who has surprised us in the very first day of week number 1.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to really go in such an aggressive stance heading into day 1 here, but this is also the perfect opportunity for them to really, overwhelm certain teams that don't really expect too much out of them. And they're definitely proving a point that coming into this season, they're here to really fight for the title. So far, I've been liking what we've been seeing into the course of what Day 1 has to offer. Now, on that mini-map, I'm taking a look at GE, who's taking hold over on the power grid. If that circle does close up on the hills, they will have huge advantage with so many teams being forced out of Picado. But if it goes directly in the city, oh boy, it's definitely going to take a long while for them to actually finish off all these fights. Meanwhile, Red Bull's going to find something in return. FV is already out for the count, being the 13th team in this field. Meanwhile, full push coming from God7, hunting out for more. No chance available for Jarrell, but there will be trade coming from the side of Ryman, but he's over in the corner of the blue. This is not looking so hot for PBE, who have just won their battle in Erangel.
And this is the sad thing about PBE. After they win, most of the time on the next game, they cannot really reset right away. Like, they have to reset like one more game, and then the next game after that would be the better game. But for now, they are currently struggling right in the blue zone as well, and at the same time, Explicit Esports firing at will on towards that area. I'm not really sure who it is. But again, when you spot the vehicle here in Miramar, you just have to spray away, because most of the time it will explode. As PBE, it's actually Mitchie. It's being sprayed down by Exquisite Esports. He needs to be careful because God7 is right in the left-hand side of him. He's actually currently sandwiched right now, but God7 crashes in. Another team in Picado. I think that's the 8th team already, because we added Dread Esports as well. What is happening in Picado right now?
Well, giant party if you ask me, and Amura Chili, I think that he's absolutely fancying a chance to eventually go up against the rest of Dread Esports, which is on the gas station. Now, it's definitely really tough to eventually crack into even separate compounds like that. You can see there's already a standstill within the city of Picado where everyone's calling for a truce for the moment, where they're just really trying to figure out, okay, where could this eventually shift? If it's in the city, then they don't really have to move. But once again, if it goes up to the hill, GE, they are having the best of power position. Look at Marnet Boy. He's already trying to pry things open, coming from such a distance on an 8X with the Mini 4 team. So he's absolutely having a field day out there, and he's gonna go unpunished. No teams are focused towards the direction of GE because they're just busy keeping themselves alive inside the city.
Well, it looks like Mitchie is gonna be stuck out there in the blue as Get Slow. We'll be spotting him. GE will knock down one. There we go. That's it for Mitchie. PBE is out as Iterex from Kill Enemy spots him. This is now the big question that we have. There you go. The circle has shifted away from Picado. I mean, there's still a little bit of buildings left in Picado, but I think there's like 5 teams that will have to rotate away from this area.
Oh, that stadium's gonna look like a coliseum because like all the battles probably will take place around those corners. So the question is, how does Austria Esports hold up against all these oncoming attack or ambushes coming from all corners? Meanwhile, God7 versus Red Esports. Quick pick is coming from Amora Chili, but will be traded back with a grenade. Perfectly primed for the side of Damon. And only takes up the DBS to confirm the kill as they go in for quick revivals. But over on the other end as well, VN Carry tries to salvage whatever is possible for the moment. Red Esports, they're trying to look for an escape plan now. Goes face to face against VN Carry that absolutely carried his teammates on his shoulder. And God7 remains to be alive with 8 elimination points. Meanwhile, RTC Curry got stashed away from Exquisite.
Night for Curry of RTC. And now Austria Esports will be able to reset, all because of that help coming from Exquisite Esports. And they're also doing the same thing like what Genesis Esports is doing, just going onto the top of the hillside. Ooh, yeah, YG!
Wow.
Rotating from a different angle and gets sprayed down by, I think it's Kill Enemy and STE. And it's only going to be Cute Low-Key who will survive for the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Ooh, and Iterex gets spotted as well from a different angle, which is unknown, of Goat Esports. Goat Esports will have the same story as to where Exquisite and GE is currently at. So they will just have to wait for all of those teams who came from Picado will have to rotate all the way to probably the eastern or the western side of the circle.
Yeah, at least for Master D2K, KE would still be able to hold firm into the stage 5 until they are forced to rotate, but their position being compromised, I don't really see an easy way out for that KE. Meanwhile, GE, happy days up top the hill, but there are more and more teams moving up into this spot as well. So Genesis Esports, they have to prepare for the worst to come. But they're happy with that position. They won't be leaving this spot anytime soon. But so long as they reach the foothill, it's almost impossible for GE to actually take any good peek heading into those direction. So Onyx will try to squeeze his way right through all these nook and cranny, while somehow I'm pretty impressed by all these teams that were inside of Picado. Half of them have been able to make their safe journey through the arenas, through the outskirts as well, to slowly make this climb up against GE.
And GE is also very smart. They're also occupying the northeastern side of the circle. Now the circle will update, and there we go. It's still on the side of GE. Same goes with Exquisite Esports. They're very smart with them just hugging this mountain where GE is currently at. That's why GE cannot really spot them. They're just hugging the downside portion, and then GE has their focus on the ones that they can actually see, which is we see GG or Good Game Esports, Ostja and STE, which is STE and Ostja will be forced out of Picado due to the fact that the circle have updated again.
Yeah, I'm not really liking the position for Ostja because they still have to settle the scores over onto Picado City. And it's not going to be an easy exit for them. They have to take fights whether willingly or not. So for now, GG still trying to assess the situation where just by the rim of it, shouldn't be all too difficult for them to cut right through. It's just that they have to be very careful about GE's position right now, or if they're going to be focused on. So Ostja still dealing with the pressure by the stadium, whereas Mernat tries to find a catch. Meanwhile, it's cute Loki instead that will land a beautiful tap. Speaking of which, Loki is already out. NC2 claims his life. Yangon Galacticos will only settle for 8. So that's only 1 point for ranking in particular. But Ostja Esports, they're just waiting for all these teams to exit as they solely pick them one after another. Nate's now being tossed right in, and Ripple does connect it, and now he's seeking one through the smoke against the rest of STE. Strangers Esports, can they cut right through, is going to be the golden question here up against the rest of Ostja.
Right now, Ostja, they really need to be careful. They're right beside STE, and then at the same time, they have to be careful with GE firing from the high angle. Lucy right now doesn't have really no choice but to just leave NC2 to die out. Marnet Boy able to get that kill already. Gets slow. Will also get spotted by Nong X. Nong X, really good eyes with all those smokes and all those ridges and, defenses that STE can, hang on. And now STE is now down to only 1. Eventually, Skynin, I would not really suggest for you to, just spray away from that angle, because most likely GE would have the high advantage over you. But for now, GE still has those bullets. They're really conserving right until the end. This is very smart of GE to not really waste too much of bullets earlier on, but to just use it for this time around. But then again, you can see Lucy. Marnet Boy spots him, and there we go.
Ooh.
Lucy bows down, and Strangers Esports is out.
Perfect picking though, like catching out the final member for the side of Stranger Esports, but they had a decent run considering that they were one of the teams that were holding the patent compounds of Picado for the longest time. But once they were looking for the exit, they had to deal with Ostja with their passage being cut off. It makes things so much more difficult for Strangers to actually get much out of this matchup. Ostja now currently stuck at the bottom, and no matter what, even if they turn towards left or right, they will bump into either GG or even side of Gold Esports. And speaking of which, they finally do get the catch. It's Red Bull again, coming in with those sharp shots. He always pulls those off, and Massive Smile did manage to also trade right back, so that will further suppress Austria Esports. Make that 2 as they make their time absolutely worth it over the top end of the hill.
A nice shot coming from Smile. I mean, even though with low HP, he risked it with the peak, able to drop one of the players of Austria. Now he's not healing up. Doesn't have any, actually he does have a first aid left, just only one, but he's saving it for later on, using just bandages for him to heal up. As GE still managed to get the circle. It's all about GE right now, Contra. It's all because of the circle just going to their way, and now Red Bull goes down in the blue. It looks like Skynin will have to deny himself now as they die in the blue zone. Austria will be out.
Oh boy, this is such a treacherous zone to play if you're going to be playing through the low ground as they slowly get picked up one by one. Master Smile so far claiming 5 from his position. And my. Does anybody stand a chance against GE? They're just here.
I believe no. No
having
one.
Great range to play up against everybody out there.
Yeah, no one, Contra. That's the answer. Because you cannot really just eliminate them. I mean, they can get knocked down, but the thing is, they can easily get the revive. Because eventually, if they get knocked down, there we go. Another one coming from GE. Adding another elimination. 10 total already in this game. Right at stage number 7. Go. We'll have to rotate away from GE. Another one coming from Marnet this time around. 11 now and counting. And you can add probably one more as Flash spots one of the players which is unknown from GOAT. And GE just keeps on adding eliminations after eliminations. Now the circle updates one more time and it goes to their way.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward, I will say. Like, with those numbers out there to challenge up against a full squad strength of Genesis Esports, I don't think this is going to cut it, though. I don't know if, Go Esports 21 or even Lufa or UA could actually do much up into this current position where it's almost impossible to push. Even if you wrap around the far end, Master Small as well as West Carry, they've been able to secure whatever comes in from the southeastern corner of the map. So it's all about playing for second right now, sad to say. But of course, in the current position, at least for Exquisite, they still have 2 members. No. Well, I take that back. It might just be 1. So let's see. Flash now cooks up that grenade as he will slowly toss that towards UA's direction. Wow. Then finds it. Crazy stuff coming in from Flash.
That's crazy. And that's hard to, just throw off from that high distance and then eventually going down because you would expect that the nade will bounce off. Then again, it's kind of like you're playing golf right now, Contra. It's just letting that nade just slide off to the right position, and then 21 down to very low HP. Have you played golf?
I've done some driving range trials, and that's kind of about it. But this is kind of like golf on easy mode, right? Because it's you just working with gravity, then against it. And 21, he actually does something right there, pulling off a knock. Now Lufa goes in for a challenge, knowing that 21's so near. And yet again, he finds a crease to hide. Oh, we got to settle scores right here just to settle for second place. And it seems like it will be a catch coming in for Barnett Boy to make things less difficult for the side of Go Esports. Now, final member remains. It's all the way from up top, and Genesis Esports are the king of the mountains here in Miramar.
And Genesis Esports, like what I said, they're really good as well in the map of Miramar. It's just that they were very lucky with the circle. It went to their way. And then the other story here in match number 5 is all the other squads went to Pecado. Like, I think 8 or 9 squads went to Pecado and maybe thought that the circle will go there. Eventually, the circle shifted away from Pecado onto the northern side. And that really gave them a hard time, especially that GE already got into the position wherein they would just pick off every single player that they see from above.
Yeah, I didn't thought that my prediction of their position would just be so firmly held by the side of Justice Esports, where I've expected maybe one or two teams to have an early rotation towards that direction. I think that it was one, but they were pretty much quickly dealt with by the rest of Justice Esports. But oh boy, when it comes down to situations like that, I guess like teams kind of wish that they didn't really set foot in Picado at all, because it's just helter-skelter on what went on there. But this was one of the epic fights that we had. God7 absolutely dominated the rest of Harame Bro, sending off really early.
Yeah, and God7, same as what we saw with Elevate Esports, surprising us. Match number 4, they eliminate GE. Match number 5, they eliminate Harame Bro. So who's next on the list of God7? It might be Austria, because they're just beating all of the top teams, or it might be PBE. We'll see and find out on the next matchup, as you can see here the highlights from GE, just picking and choosing whoever that they see from above. And this is a time wherein Flash was able to get that nade off, able to slide it off onto 21. And then this is the mistake of Lufa. I think Lufa just should have just waited and get that additional 1 point. Because if you don't get 6 points, then you'll eventually get 5 points if you get the third place. And then here comes the MVP of the match, Marnet. A lot of the eliminations here came from that high ground advantage that they have. And again, for GE, they're able to bounce back now out of those struggles that they had all throughout the first 4 matches.
Yeah, he was so eager to really pick on every single player that was running around Picado from the get-go. And it was basically Master Smile that did manage to supplement him, his firepower, coming into the late stages where more of all these other teams have been able to at least make it past halfway of the hill. So a great work coming from the entirety of GE to be able to just have a very clean win without really putting themselves at risk at all. So first, this is going to be Genesis Esports finally bouncing back up after numbers of failed attempts heading into Erangel, and of course now feeling slightly comforted with their performance. So
wow.
Let's see what else they have and take a look at that. 4,000? Are you kidding me? 4,000!
Yeah, they can just easily get those damage done, especially if they can see everyone from up above. And 15, I think this is the highest already that we've seen so far from all of the games that we watched. 15 total eliminations in one match, total 25 is what they're going to be getting in this very match, match number 5. But for me, I think in match number 6, I think Harame Bro will have to bounce back from that early elimination from God7.
Yeah, they definitely will buckle up and prepare themselves with a different sort of game plan heading into the very final match of the evening. But, well, when we take a look at the total standings later, we'll probably see a very tight race within all these players that were on board. So before we get to that, first we take a look into the stats where we saw a couple of players unable to even make the cut, being devoured by the blue zone. Some of them were having those fights on the outskirts and didn't manage to also secure those vehicles early to rotate. So therefore, we don't actually see all 64 players to be actively on board, and some of them we saw were just put in really difficult stances where they could not even afford to step out of the range of Justice Esports, where they just have to deny those points away. But overall, impressive gameplay coming in from the side of Genesis Esports, where, typically Miramar will always feel teams to drive the long way route. So, of course, very standard numbers out of the things that we do see throughout the battle.
Right. And one of the other squads that I'm expecting to be better here in match number 6 on the next game would be Elevate Esports. Remember, they were stuck with less items and loots right around Puerto Paraiso with Fearless Esports. So I would expect them to be much more improved in the 6th match. But here comes the match standings, 25 like I mentioned earlier on for GE. But you can see here GOAT able to get the double-digit scoreline with 11 together with SQS. Austria is still there with 8 points, and this is the first time that we didn't see, or that we don't see Harame Bro in the top 1 to 8. So this is the only
Yeah.
time that we've seen them getting actually 0 points only.
Let's see if they will be able to recover from that, because those early battles definitely didn't win their waves. But if they are gonna have a good start, I would still expect Harame Bros to be able to contribute at least perhaps a top 5 finish. That's my expectation towards a team that has been pretty much well versed on how to play Miramar. But when we add all these points together, GE bounced from number 10 into second position. They just leapfrogged 8 spots to be 10 points shy from chasing up against Austria Esports. Now that is impressive.
Yeah, that is very impressive for GE. Together with Austria is still at number 1. Harame Bro, though, look at them now down to just 7th spot. If you remember, they were like right at top number 2 and top 3 until now, that they're down to the 7th spot. And it's just so surprising to see Fearless Esports, who is higher than Harame Bro right now in this stage. Normally, you would see them in spring and summer league to be right on the second page, wherein you could see them on top 15, 14, or maybe even 16. So it's good to see that the underdog teams now in this season is now able to flourish and able to actually fight against these top tier teams that we're talking about.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, Fearless Esports has been a slow and steady climb for them, where they have not only a good balance of positioning points, they also have been able to acquire plenty of all these eliminations map after map, so that they would still have, a good average pointer to be able to make that climb. But when we take a look closely into the leaderboards, like from 3rd position all the way up to 9th, we'll probably see massive changes in this very final map of the night, where they're less than that double digit away from actually overtaking each other. So every single elimination point will count heading into this final battle. So that is what makes things so interesting, where this season, I'm just glad that it was not a two-way horse race or just one team dominating multiple maps in a row. So it makes things so much more pretty accessible for teams to still be able to really go full charging, having those hopes up to be able to plant themselves into a very safe position. So for now, I think this will carry on into even day 2 or even day 3 to see if other teams have that same level of stamina to upkeep these level of performances, because everybody's really putting on the best of show right here in the PMCL, and the quality every season continues to be rising up and up.
Yeah, and you can also add this one in. We're still on day number 1, so it's just probably that these teams are just scouting each other and what the other teams are actually going to be doing, and then eventually on day number 2 you would see the adjustments. And I've talked to these teams, especially during our podcast, like right after every each week during PMCL Fall, or summer rather, and we talked about how they make adjustments for every each game now. But anyways, we've done talking about the game, but for the meantime, let's talk about the Galadriel X Suit. With an exclusive lobby pose, it is available right now until September 30th. Wreak havoc with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first draw of every each day is gonna be 10 UC. But going back, Contra. So I've been talking to these pro players from the Philippines, and they say that it's very hard to adjust each single day, especially if you're like a rookie squad coming from the PMNC region, like the local PH tournaments, because they don't have a coach, they don't have an analyst, and some of these other teams that we have right now, like Austria, like we do have GE, like PBE, or even Harame Bro, they do have their own coaches, they do have their own analysts. So that's their advantage, to be honest with you, compared to the other squads who is playing right now.
Yeah, I would say so as well because they've been the forerunners that's been here from these early seasons, and of course, throwing back to those early days where few have definitely made a name for the Philippines, being one of the first few representatives to play in the international level, and look at how it has basically built the scene for all these young bloods to be stepping up to the plate. But of course, when it comes down to challenging circumstances of not really having the best resources, that's where it really put these players to the test on what your capabilities are to rely on not only yourself but also your teammates to work together to form out a certain strategy or a way of execution than to go in blindly and just shoot at anything that moves. I mean, sometimes that works too, but of course we'll get to that in a little bit because we got predictions for our final match of the evening. So, I also do agree with your sentiment of KE on how well they do play inside of Miramar. But, your vote for Genesis maybe came a little bit late. But who knows? Back-to-back is very possible if the game does end up in a similar manner of how GE just absolutely dominated on top of the hill.
Yeah, and a lot of Osjas coming from the other casters here from the other regions. From the PH, Vince G picking Osja Esports, Sammy together with Stalker and Krim from the Myanmar and Cambodia region, picking Osja Esports. Looks like they're able to figure things out. In the previous match, it's just that the circle went to Genesis Esports' way, and it's not always going to be like that, Contra. It's not always going to be like that for the map of Miramar. Sometimes it might go into an urban warfare matchup wherein we could see a circle in El Pozo or maybe in Los Leones or maybe sometimes in El Azahar. So we might see that, but again, it's going to be very random to see that type of circle wherein that one team would always have that advantage, which we saw from the fifth match wherein Genesis Esports was just waiting on top of the hill.
Yeah, for the past recent tournament that I've casted as well, which was probably less than a month ago, the frequency of it being maybe around that Monte Nuevo section or perhaps somewhere closer towards the far western end where Impala's at is also a very good possibility when it comes down to some of the playing fields that teams will have to be well versed at. Veteran teams, they know exactly what to do. And going back towards what you have talked about, teams that are maybe newer into this PMCL scene will also need to be wary about where exactly could you hide out in the form of terrain when you don't really have compounds left for the taking, because there's plenty of all these terrains which certain players can abuse. I mean, you take a look at GE, that's a pretty darn good example of abusing terrains, right? So that's one portion, but heading into certain areas like the north as well as south is going to be a little bit tougher because of all these wide valleys of play where it really tests the skill of these players to be able to frag from long distance.
Yeah, and with the item utilization as well. Remember when GE was there on top of the hill, they were not really going for the gunshots. Right around stage number 4 or probably 5. They waited until the circle came into them, and it actually went right straight at them. So with all of the bullets left that they have, they were able to have the enough items to be able to finish off all of these teams who were just fighting to get into the circle. Unfortunately, again, they were very much open way above. But again, we are talking about a lot of GE, a lot of Ostia, or maybe even a lot of Harame Bro. But you can vote for your favorite team. Scan the QR code right now, just right below Contra, with your mobile devices, and then you can vote for your favorite team. Contra said that you can also vote for your favorite rising star of this tournament. Last year we had Federalis who won that rising star. So maybe this time around you can vote for a different one. If you love Red Bull, or maybe if you love Get Slow, or maybe the brand new God 7 right now, who's currently hot. And again, that's the question that I had earlier. Who's next for God 7? Will it be Ostia, or will it be PBE, or will it be the same story where they're able to eliminate GE or Harame Bro?
Yeah, and of course, there's plenty of options out there. If you go through the Google Doc, you probably will have to scroll past some of the names for you to get there, but of course, just look for the team that they're from, and you should be able to see that player that you would like to vote for. And I'm glad that you mentioned Red Bull, because today he absolutely popped off. He's always been an incredible player, and I love how he looks so confident here in day one. I hope to actually see throughout the course of week for him to pull up this sort of significant performance. And as much as we've raved so much about Federalis, it was Rakes that took the spotlight back in game 1 or even game 2. And Federalis is still trying to find that rhythm to get back into the groove where he becomes basically a human machine gun in general. So I guess eventually he'll get back there. But of course, it's always a marathon here in the PMCL, where we'll have weeks of back-to-back action throughout the course of the weekday till the weekend. So make sure you guys hit that sub as well as like button for you guys to stay up to speed of what goes on. And of course, other platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and everywhere else, PUBG Mobile will always be with you guys. What you do, of course, subscribe to them.
Yeah, definitely. I could see a lot of Nepal fans in YouTube, and then there's a lot of Filipino fans in Facebook. I'm not really sure with TikTok. I'm not able to find the live stream over there. But anyways, we are also live on TikTok. So if you're able to find that live stream over on TikTok, you can put a comment there. Maybe have a little bit of friendly discussions with the fans as well. Because the fans also has their own opinion. Like, why is Emas not playing? Right? Like, Emas was more effective with... I mean, Harami Bro was more effective with Emas on it, right? I mean, they have Rig now. Rig, for me, has a much higher firepower compared to compared to Emas. So it's just basic wherein they would put in Rig instead of Emas, because Emas would normally be a support fragger to Federalis. So it's just a matter of time wherein Federalis would be much more comfortable now that Rig is there.
Yeah, there's just so many changes hitting into this brand new season, and for me, I love change. Change could be a really good thing, and of course, it is evident that even with certain changes, like just the esports are still adapting into certain situations, but of course, they are definitely feeling a lot more confident inside of Miramar for them to really secure the win from top to heel. But back towards their round inside of Erangel, it hasn't convinced me just yet. Maybe because they lost a very veteran member in the form of Master Ichi, and now, of course, his presence, I'm not too sure if it's still being felt, but in essence, GE is still pretty much themselves at the moment. So with that, we will bring you into our final matchup of day 1. And of course, if you've missed majority of the action throughout the day, there's always the bots that we do have in all these social media platforms where you can rewatch, or also be sure to join us earlier tomorrow, same time, same place. We start about close to GMT around 6 p.m. or even 5 p.m. I can't recall, but
it's 5.
If you guys follow, you guys will know.
Yeah, we started at 5. It's just that we started the game late. I'm not sure what happened there. But again, we're making sure that everyone in the lobby is available, because we cannot really start without a missing player. I mean, eventually there'll be some deadlines for these players to come into the lobby, because if I remember it correctly, during summer season, there were times that some teams were like only 3 players in their squad, and those were the times wherein Philippines had a little bit of rain happening as well, so the connection was not really good at all. But anyways, we're right here right now in PMCL Fall. Looks like GE will focus first in getting vehicles, as now you can see Elevate. This is a really interesting dropping point. They went onto the ruins area. It's a far long distance drop, and look at now the circle. It's gonna be on the way of KE, and I think there's another team right on them, so this is gonna be a hot drop in Chumacera.
Oh boy, we're definitely in for a treat this time around, and as always, they will play through the warehouse as well as factory grounds over the top end. Now, first, It's going to be an all-out trade. It's really down to whatever first weapons that they do pick up to get any firm leads into this initiation. It's going to be STE versus KE. This is a big matchup that we will definitely be keen on. But it's going to be NC2 that's all alone over the higher end of the hillside. It's going to be a 1v1 to take off from that point onwards. But over onto, the lower side of it, the rest of the squads are already making sure that they take plenty of space, with two members of STE slowly getting looted up, and eventually when they're done, they should be going for a flank towards the warehouse where KE is currently at.
And if KE would focus first on NC2, then they can kill STE members one by one. I believe it's gonna be the job of Zero and Iterex to try to go closer to NC2, but looks like it's not going to happen. NC2 will back out and will try to go to his teammates for now to make it a little bit even. Looks like they're on a duo split for both sides, Zero and Iterex together. And then I think it's Master D2K and Carillo, aka Davan, at the other side. And it's the same goes with STE. It's NC2 together with Lucy, and then Gets Low together with Evil, just down below. And I love the combination now. I mean, we saw them in Erangel, duo split between the Filipinos and the Thai players. Looks like they're trying to mix things up here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that at least with at least both of the fellow countrymen to be working tandem together, it makes things maybe slightly a little bit more comfortable. And then when you slowly readjust, and of course have them being paired with different members of course, differing nations, and I mean, after all, they're still part of the squad, so they will eventually need to work out on that form of chemistry. So glad to actually see that happening very early on, because this is going to be a very long league of a couple of weeks throughout the group stages. As for XQS, already being very proactive to be taking a spot through the valleys here to try to catch any oncoming teams as they will drive further into the Minas Gerais area. Exquisite will regroup once again. I did manage to catch where exactly the first circle is going to be at. If I recall correctly, was it towards the south side?
It was going to Chumasera area.
Oh, right. So I do assume that teams would try to play maybe around the outskirts of Picado for the moment to try to at least pick off other teams in the midst of rotation. One such particular area that's very popular is that gas station by the end of that stretch from Picado into the cross section of Monte Nivo, as well as the highway to Los Leones. I think like that definitely will be a hotspot later on. But for now, teams are happily taking areas to scout out about. So it's pretty alright. But of course, we focus onto different attention, especially on the right side of the screen. Look at how close all these numbers are. A tie between PB as well as STE for third spot. Elevate as well as FRL just 1 point away. And then you got 7th place. Harami Bros as well as GOT7 at 32 points. So any of these guys in the top 10 to claim a chicken dinner, they can easily just match up to what Austria has achieved within the span of a day.
And this is where the point system, the beauty of the point system that we now have. If you remember way back, PMCO 2019, where you were offline together with the players.
Oh,
yeah. The point system was like totally different. If you remember the chicken dinner, I think it was like 30 points.
25 or so,
yeah,
if I recall correctly,
right?
Which is too huge of a gap, especially if you were the first team to bow out. Like, how do you match that 30 points?
Exactly.
Elimination is not going to cut it.
And you can see the with the change of the point system, you can see also the change of the meta when it comes to the gameplay of the tournament. Like way back before, you could see a lot of passiveness because they are really just protecting themselves in order for them to get that 25 points, right? Now, you don't really have to protect yourself too much and be passive because you can only get 10 points with a chicken dinner. So you would have to back on getting a lot of eliminations, like we saw in the previous match where GE got 15, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and on top of that, like it really rewards team that has a fair level of proactiveness to be involved in team fights, and also for them to, at the very least, survive to a top 5 spot in order to put in some healthy numbers on the block. Whereas, playing safe all the way through isn't exactly gonna give you that maximum amount of points. Meanwhile, speaking of safety, so Austria really have to look out for themselves. Red Bull is all alone with grenades being sent towards his side. I believe that backup is on their way. The rest of the Austria members arrive onto the other side of this garage or dilapidated area, whichever name that you want to call it. There's plenty of names for it. Red Bull's already being knocked down. YG having WTZ to move in rather late to hopefully get some angles from the top, but currently it's whoever's within this compound here to fight it all the way out. But Austria having members slowly being clipped away, and it's Martin to be knocked down.
Oh, and Martin goes down for Austria. Ooh, but then again, there's going to be a shotgun versus a UMP. The UMP wins this time around. Skynin able to knock out Cute Low Key now. Red Bull got revived, and now the focus is on WTZ of YG. And he's the only man remaining for them. He was the one far away from that ruins. Ooh,
And
but
the
then
third party
again,
comes in.
KE, the third party now. That's going to be Carillo and Zero. Those were the third party from a far distance. WTC knocks one down. That's Red Bull again getting taken down. But Carillo from a different angle, the third party, will eliminate YG.
Yango Galacticos absolutely overwhelmed, especially with the presence of KE that have perfect preemptive strikes to be able to assess the situation with an ongoing engagement. And the moment that they manage to catch two, they just dash the heck out of that area of play because they don't have vehicles at all, it seems. So they will just basically turtle through the compounds. And for now, of course, sending the rest of these members of Austria to also be on high alert. So they will just go in for a quick reset. But Austria, they're happy to stay put. This is going to be the direct center that they are controlling throughout the spine of La Riela. Meanwhile, plenty of teams moving in from that far eastern corner map. Astrax getting caught out as he goes in for a trade. And this is what I've talked about. Those setups to catch teams off with the trap. This resulted in all-out assault. PvE, Fearless, and plenty more to go as well.
Oh, look.
1 sec.
Look at this. Harame Bro on the... Oh, no. They got eliminated.
What?
And it's all because of Genesis Esports. This is an off-cam kill. Genesis Esports just eliminate Harame Bro. And not sure what happened now to Harame Bro. We are expecting them to be better in match number 6 because of the early elimination. But then again, here comes Zero. Tommy gun on hand. Ooh, able to spot Glory of Dragon 7. And they are now out of this game.
What an explosive start for the side of KE. 5 points in the back, and we're not even 10 minutes into the game. And wow, I'm definitely feeling pretty happy about my vote this time towards the side of KE. Meanwhile, of course, all these teams are giving Observer Director a little bit of a headache with how many battles are taking place at the very same time. Speaking of which, Exquisite versus the rest of Genesis Esports with them lobbing nades at each other. It's going to be pretty tough to catch, but Master Small almost getting the full clip of it. Exquisite now tries to quickly reposition, but they will try to play through these smokes. Another late nade coming in from the side of the GE member, where GE has already lost one member. One more trying to be revived, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be a case for them as Flash gets taken out.
And this is all because of the third party from Exquisite Esports. Right after GE eliminates Harame Bro, here comes Exquisite Esports. So that's, again, third party meta being played out by Exquisite. Now the circle will be updated. And look at who's in the middle. It's going to be Flash Vision Esports. And I think this is the first time we've seen Flash Vision Esports right smack at the middle. Or probably the second time, because if I remember right, in match number 4, they were right at the middle as well, but eventually got pushed by Elevate Esports. So that might happen again because look at Elevate. They're just right above Flash Vision Esports. But for me, I would say that Elevate would have to just stay right where they're at right now because this is a really strong position is where they're at.
True enough, but of course, other teams are definitely not going to give them any form of an easy time. Speaking of which, STE tries to push right through against the rest of GOAT Esports. Evil getting caught out though, coming in from a no with that beautiful spray, catching his second takedown as well. Quickly confirms the number as it will add 2 points on the block for the side of GOAT. Current place on 12 as they are definitely looking to rise up in the ranks, but STE also finding another one, trying to gatekeep teams from moving into the south corner of the map. They lob nades after nades. NC2 carefully dodges that, but he is still pretty much surrounded though, so he got to at least focus fire onto either one of these party, with the rest of GOAT taking a scattered approach.
Oh, NC2 will get spotted there, just throwing these nades. Unknown does have the height advantage here. But then again, oh, the nade actually will complete the elimination onto 21. But then again, gets low, needs to get closer onto NC2. He needs to provide support now. This is going to be a 3v1 upstairs. Whoa, but then again with the DBS.
Wow.
Takes down Unknown. NC2 though will get taken down by XZ11. Now gets low. Down to half HP left. Not really sure if he can survive this. Only just 1 HP. We'll go for that first aid. It's a 2v1 now. Now goes for the spray onto little Yatka. Still moving. But then again, he will get sandwiched. Ooh, with the headshot. We'll buy some time here for him to go for the push onto the other side, which is XZ11. Now XZ11 will try to cook up a nade. Eventually now, the other player from behind, that's Ilyatka, will recover. And that's it for Strangers Esports.
Beautiful execution. And STE, at least they go down fighting till the very end of it to secure themselves 4 elimination points. Not too shabby heading into this round of Miramar, but what a tough terrain to actually play out from, where they're not really having the best area to work with, and they've already gotten 2 members taken out so early into the matchup. Now, the journey continues though. Flash Vision, as we've talked about, has been taking the center stage for the longest part. GE as well as Exquisite, they are taking the Central East at the very least. And I don't think that these 2 teams will lock horns for now. They're just making sure that other teams will not push towards their direction for the moment. But plenty more coming in from the south, where we see them hang out around Chibasera to slowly move right into the equation as well. Dread Esports now sees some targets moving across the field, but they will be slightly out of range, so they will just focus on repositioning as they need to get out of Chumacera for the moment. They try to move into an alternative location, perhaps wrapping around the eastern side might do them good. But the further they go, they still have to be very careful about GE that's around those corners. While Master Ricks will be able to add 1 towards the side of Elevate Esports, have not really confirmed it up against the side of KE that was knocked down.
Would love to see Dread Esports pop off in this game. Hopefully that they can do that. Especially the potential that they have with Jibna being the IGL. Moy and Lanju previously was in Dread. Oh, but unfortunately, Gerald gets pushed.
Whoa.
Oh, we'll actually get them eliminated. Good game. GG's for Good Game Esports. And as I was saying, oh, wait, there's more.
Oh boy, I don't think he even gets any time to even pick up whatever items in the bag because of the presence of the team over top. I'm not too sure if that's Flash Vision. I think it could have been them because they've been holding on towards the rec center. But Gerald, he absolutely appreciates that special delivery. Those 2 members on the buggy didn't expect to just drive right into Gerald in that corner of the map. But PBE, they're happy that Gerald stays intact and have brought another 2 points back to the team.
Oh, there we go. 1 second, able to get XZ11. And this is just the remains of GOAT Esports. They're all bleeded up from that engagement that they had earlier on with STE. Now, Playbook Esports, ooh, surprisingly, will get eliminated this game. Looks like they're too tired for match number 6. Now we're down to 10 teams remaining. Lilyatka, only man remaining for Go Esports. He needs to at least get one knock off from Fearless. Labukun, ooh, gets the hit there. Another hit. Ooh, there we go. That's a third hit. Onto the head of Popov. Now another one here for 1 second. 1 second. Good thing there's a ridge there that you can use. But this is the advantage of having a player on top of the roof. You're able to see a lot. You're able to, find those angles wherein the other, squad that you're firing at cannot see.
Yeah, and right now they're definitely enjoying their position right now. Meanwhile, 1sec also being put into a tough spot over lower end of the hill, but they're trying to at least defend themselves throughout these quarters. Labukun now goes in for a push. Actually got caught there by 1sec. Now that the blue zone's already hurting him as well, can he actually survive? Lilyatka, last-ditch effort will not be enough. As Go Esports will be the next team to bow out, and they send them all flying just to catch 1sec. Absolutely worth it though. And of course, some high tail action and a whole lot of crazy stunts coming from RTC to secure those numbers.
That was some furious stunts coming from RTC. Then again, this is their time to be able to get some points now. They're one of the 3 teams that are struggling, including Flash Vision Esports and Dread Esports. They're just right beside each other as well. And I think Flash Vision Esports has that high ground advantage also together with that compound. So they don't really have to, switch things up a bit here. They just really have to wait for all these other teams to fight each other. The big question is for Elevate Esports, where can they go? Especially that I think the area on the northern side, there's not really much of any cover.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough area for them to actually play it all out. And also, I saw throughout the minimap, RTC, after securing those 7 elimination points, they might be eager to eventually push towards FV to make it a civil war for a claim in the compound. But, of course, that will be for later, as the rest of Exquisite are already hugging to the spine of the hill to really gatekeep whoever's on the outskirts. Whereas FV, great vision as they look through the windows like a hawk. Now, wonder if they will be able to see the rest of the approach of RTC, though, because right now they're at least scattered. It's going to be easy pickings when they do pop up. Claire now getting caught by Labo. They're absolutely on fire. Now, this Singaporean side has definitely wowed us this time around. Coming with those super aggressive stands, just really picking on teams to drive through the valleys.
And sometimes it really takes time for some teams to, heat things up. And RTC is now showing up why they deserve the slot right now here in PMCL. The only bad thing about this is they got spotted already by Elevate, so Elevate will have to avoid anything coming from that side. Maybe we'll just have to get into the circle on a different angle instead. And that's what they're doing now as Labo spots Coca-Cola, who just revived Claire. Then again, there's Ostia. Martin still alive here. 3 members still strong for Ostia Esports. They really need to cover like every single angle that they have right now. Like in front of them, there's Flash Vision. Then on the left side, there's Elevate, and on the right side, there's Ostia Esports. So they have to really be careful when it comes to getting into that circle. Now the circle will close in. Just 3 more seconds left. Who will be the lucky team to get this random shift of this circle? Will it be SQS Dread, or will it be still Flash Vision Esports? Ooh, it will be still Flash Vision Esports, and you can add up kill enemy. And I think my prediction, I just switched it up. I think GE is my prediction here in this game. It should have been KE instead of like KE and then Genesis Esports.
Well, good news for me because my final prediction is KE.
Right.
And, they're having the best time in the circle right now. Though, of course, things are subject to change because FV is also holding the highest ground with the perfect spot for him to play out. Exquisite now will go ahead to challenge Damon running out in the open, but he has to leave that rooftop, and Jashi will make him drop down instead, so no options left for him. While they go in for the grenade exchange, there's not much health left. Can he actually heal up in time? There's no time to do so. Lufa now trying to deal with the rest of Dread Esports as you wait now. Charges another grenade. Lufa up close and personal. Is he gonna take the fight over the lower grounds? It's Yashi that will eventually find him after a quick recovery with those first 8. And now looking to clean up the rest of it. The crew of Exquisite a little further off from where Yufa is, and oh boy, Damon now getting caught by a Red Bull as well. This is not looking all too good. Dread Esports saw that as a chance, but a little bit of an overzealousness coming in from Jashi. We'll see him get taken down. Emin now goes in for an all-out assault. Will crush them to bits. With Exquisite still claiming those 4 points, but the fight is far from over. GE now in the mix, going up against Exquisite.
Yeah, just right on time. GE goes for that right timing of that third party. UI will go down as Smile kills him. And then MM just right behind that broken vehicle. We'll just have to get out of the way because of the Molly now that popped up by Smile. Now Smile uses his UMP, secondary weapon being used right now. But then again, there's going to be also Marnet. Ooh, but from behind, it's going to be Demios, who goes for the third party, goes for the headshot as well. He can now try to go for a push. He still have one more frag grenade that he can use. Let's see if he can go for that nade throw. Will that one connect? Almost. Just overthrows it a little bit. Now Demios really doesn't really have to focus onto GE. Must focus on getting inside the circle.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this is also his first match here inside of Dread Esports for the season. Am I wrong? Or
oh, no.
Right?
The first time was last season.
Oh, last season. But, is this his first game of this season?
Oh, no.
Because I don't recall seeing him early on, but it's just my eyes that's fooling me. Because
their names are kind of like the same, right?
Yeah,
like
almost the same.
And Demios?
A little bit confusing. But anyways, back towards the side of RTC. I also mistakenly said that there was 7 eliminations, but they were just playing very aggressively, but they only gotten 2 so far. But they are also playing for a spot now, trying to lurk up against FV, which I've seen this one coming. But they are definitely taking their very sweet time to deal with this. There's also Coca-Cola hiding right underneath the noses of FV, which have yet to be spotted out. But looking at this current standpoint, Elevate Esports now claims the hard shift. It's KE now that will need to find themselves into the zone instead. But to deal with GE, this is going to be a tough ordeal. So we'll definitely keep watch of what happens in the south side. There's about 4 teams at the moment that may go on a trade in moments time, but Flash Vision Esports, they don't really have to leave just yet. They just got to secure this compound and play for that late game, so they will fix their eyes on RTC.
Yeah, KE needs to play this cards right, especially that they're on the lower ground. Now, GE's focus is still on Demios. Demios must not... Oh, my goodness! Marnet right on point. Able to get Demios of Dread. And now, after that, the focus will be on KE as Martin goes down, as Labo spots him. Ooh, eventually, Labo is right at the open. I'm not really sure if he got taken down. Only got some damage there coming from Kill Enemy. As Kill Enemy now must focus on getting into the circle. But again, the problem is for KE is Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports has this high ground advantage.
Yeah, and it's so hard for them to also push up from that deep low ground where they don't really have cover, and I'm not even certain if they still have vehicles to try to make a Hail Mary attempt to just drive all the way up. And even if so, that will catch on all the attention coming from all the other squads. So they just need to hug by the edges until it's safe enough for them to eventually move out. Now RTC getting all this pressure from top side of the hill as Reki goes in for the push, gets one knock. And this is where FV is finally making the advancements from up top Still trying to make it rain with those grenades, but there's just a fog of smoke that they will have to see them out through. Curry now getting chipped off as the trade of blows still favors the side of Flash Vision Esports, and they full send it. Master Toki, can he find it? He just tries to run right through, somehow misses the mark, but will not eventually worry too much. FV have a complete control in that fight.
Wow, what a maneuver there coming from Flash Vision Esports, and 180 shot. Ooh, eventually Claire does have the MG3, but it is just so far for him to use that. Master Rick's able to drop him down. Now Scotty goes for the throw of the nade. Splash damage will be connecting, but eventually Master Toki will be back. Kurokuru still currently down and out. Master Rick's needs help as Elevate Esports, once they get the revive here, all they must do now is push.
And push is what they're trying to do right now. A couple more nades to just try to flush out some of all these tight corners of play. Master Toki very cautious on his approach, whereas the rest of FV have just finally recovered, but not so much for Kurokuru, who was on the outskirts. So only 3 members to play this one out for the side of Elevate Esports, as well as Flash Vision right now. Scotty now pressure by the zone as well, but that isn't going to cut it for the side of Flash Vision, as they have not many spaces to play out. Reki will have his last stand to try to trade right back, but will not find much value at all. But it is the first top 4 finish for a Singaporean squad heading into day 1. A huge, massive improvement from the side of FV. But here we go. In the top 3, we got KE, Elevate Esports, and GE.
Ooh, nice.
The names that we've seen to rise up to the occasion plenty of times. And this is just Esports wiped the way with that grenade.
And it's just so sad that RTC and Flash Vision Esports just fought each other to eliminate one. I would love to see a Singaporean squad get the winner chicken dinner. We, seldom see that in the previous season. But for the meantime, it's going to be a 4v4 situation. KE versus Elevate Esports. Will it be the prediction of Contra, or will it be Elevate Esports, the surprising team of the day? It's a battle of Ridge as well. And if you look at the mini-map, they're right on both edges of opposite side of the circle. There you go, the first knockdown happened. Elevate Esports knocks one down from the side of KE. It's going to be Master D2K is currently down. They must put up some smokes as well, as Coca-Cola goes down now. A trade-off, a one-to-one trade between these two. Iterex will go down the second time here for the side of KE. Nathan really has that vision. And eventually for the side of Elevate Esports, I think they have much more of an advantage here because they're much closer to the middle portion of the circle. And KE will have to be forced out from their side. Now Zero, I think he got damage, and now the blue zone will also come into effect. It's going to be Carilio now, who most likely will die in the blue zone, as Elevate Esports gets the winner chicken dinner in the final game of day number 1 of week number 1 here in PMCL Fall of 2024.
We just love to see it, an all-out trade between 2 squads, but of course the advantage was eventually taken from the side of Elevate Esports. Like what you said, they have the elevated terrains. Well, of course, no pun intended. And on top of that, the blue zone just completely squeezes some of all these play area, which didn't allow KE to even set foot outwards, because no matter how many smokes that you throw in, no matter whatever you try to even shoot towards the side of these other members of Elevate, they just don't really have space to even defend themselves from, which make things so much more difficult, where they were forced to play out in the open. But for most part, these 2 teams, they've worked so super hard into trying to secure that chicken dinner, and finally the faithful has been rewarded. We saw Elevate on the effort from game 1 up to now, and finally claiming the big win to close off the night, as KE, just inches closer and closer each respective map. But this is the best that they could achieve, or else, put it in a different circumstance on the flat ground, maybe it could have been an even trade.
And it's just, it's just a matter of time is what I'm trying to say here for Elevate Esports to get their win. They got a really bad performance in match number 5. So it's either them or Harame Bro. Harame Bro actually did not play well in both Miramar maps, and that's why you would expect them to go down in the leaderboards later on if, once we see them. But this is when RTC got pushed by Flash Vision Esports. Again, it's just so sad to see the Singaporean squads are fighting each other. We'd love to see them more in the last moments, or the end game is what you call it. But there we go. You see there where Claire just eliminated the last few members of Flash Vision Esports. The MVP of the match, though, is still Red Bull of Austria Esports. We didn't see them, though, in the Final Four.
Yeah, and yet again, he has been the one to deal the most amount of damage throughout the course of the battle, and it just goes to show how efficient he is to always look for some of all these advantages in the early game heading into the mid game overall. And I believe this to be the third MVP title for the side of Red Bull Evo, so great job, incredible work rate coming in from the Austria member to always at least keep some check and balance, even despite them actually crashing out a little bit earlier than they intended to. So other than that, you know, going back to what you mentioned, at least we see improvements coming from the Singaporean teams here inside of Miramar as well to be able to survive a longer duration. But of course, they definitely need to amp up on their firepower in order to be rewarded with more of those points. But of course, we're definitely all in for Elevate Esports to take their massive win after hurdles and hurdles throughout Sanhok, Erangel, and now finally seeking themselves a win with their efforts here. And would this actually put them on top of the podium? We shall find out in a moment's time, but look at those damage. It's just incredible.
Yeah, just incredible. And again, Elevate Esports right now is just proving their doubters. I've seen a lot of comments from the PH broadcast about Claire, about this team, but they're showing that they deserve this slot. They bought it from Enigma MSI, and looks like they're going all in, getting every single, I mean, not really every single game, but most of the games that we played today. Elevate Esports has been able to get a lot of points, and we probably might see them at the top of the leaderboard right after this, right?
Mm-hmm. And you know, they are quickly becoming one of my favorite teams right now, based on how aggressive they've been playing throughout all the course of the run. And sometimes even without those chicken dinners, they always find themselves to be somewhere within the top four by the end of the matchup. So when we wrap up Miramar, we saw how many teams were committed into those battles throughout these valleys, as well as those terrains where they were forced to empty out their baggages with all these 250 grenades. And that's why I absolutely love matches inside Miramar, despite, you know, some spectators might say, oh, the early game's pretty much long drawn out, but it's all about that epic battle through the mid game that we are anticipating for. But overall, I guess, like, pretty standard results, not too far off from where we left off from the previous round of Miramar, where we do see plenty of knockouts, but not everybody has been able to secure those elimination points, where some of them were just also fighting by the blue as well. So with that being said, look at that. KE and Elevate, they both go for a tie because KE have secured 10 eliminations as compared to 6 from Elevate.
Yeah, indeed. And just because of that winner chicken dinner and also the placement points, Elevate will get that #1 rank for match number 6. The big question now is, will Elevate Esports get that #1 spot after this game? Remember, Austria Esports is currently at they're #1 and after match number 5. I mean, they got 6 points now, so I'm not really sure with my math here, Contra, but let's just see later on after this match standings. But you can see another 0 here from Harame Bro, so I think the lineup is not doing well, in my opinion, in Miramar, or there might be some type of second thoughts from their squad, because you could see earlier. Ooh, there we go. Here's the updated rankings. Looks like Austria will still secure that #1 spot after one day here in PMCL. 58 total points. GE is really close out there with 55, and again, the surprising team of the day is Elevate Esports with 50.
Yeah, if they keep up with this momentum as well as tempo of play, I would not be surprised to eventually see Elevate Esports to take over that #1 position. But of course, it will definitely be a tight race. You know, GE's performance have been impressive due to the fact that they had such a rough start throughout the tournament, and they find themselves at second place here with that 55 points. But take a look at number 4 as with 5 as well. Playbook Esports as well as Strangers Esports are now tied for that spot with 39 points. And tomorrow we'll carry on with the stories as we will see them battle it all out. But Group A will probably take a rest with the involvement of Group E to finally make their mark. I mean, Group E might have been watching throughout the stream to see like, hey, we've got some really tough cookies here to play up against where, you know, will they be ready for it? Only time will tell. So, Cuckoo, I'm absolutely impressed by all the teams that we have for day one, and I can't wait to see what Group E has to offer.
Yeah, and besides Elevate Esports, I'm also impressed with God7. God7, since spring of PMCL, and then now in fall, they totally upgraded themselves. They actually got really good scores in day #1. We'll just hope that they're not like just only for day #1. I hope that they're also for day 2 until the last day of each week.
That's right, and of course, tomorrow will feature the teams coming from Group E as well, which will involve Time to Quit Esports, Sin Esports, Team Max, Victoria 9, as well as Risk Guy Esports. Some names new, some names you guys are very well familiar with, and of course, we'll break it down to you. What are some of the changes that's involved? So if you guys are keen, make sure you follow us, and of course, that's a wrap from Cuckoo as well as Contra, as we will bid you good night. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again for more PMCL action.